Good morning. Commissioners Court is now in session. It is Monday, June the 21st. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and this is a special Commissioners Court meeting. It's going to be kind of an unusual day. We've got a regular meeting, a special meeting, and then we've got a budget workshop, and then at 11 o'clock we have an aggregates workshop. So it's going to be a little bit disjointed. Many of the things that are on the regular agenda are items that need to be discussed after the budget workshop. So we'll do some of the agenda, and then we will put off the things that need to be decided after we've done the budget workshop. So that will be the order of the day. So with that, I think there's just a few items on the agenda that we could take up before the budget workshop. And the first thing that I want to say, this is on YouTube, is that John Bull and Elizabeth Berry at the PDO and I met with Judge Williams, who chairs the oversight board for the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office, along with Judge Schuhart of Medina County and Judge Evans from Bandera County. We all met Friday for a couple of hours. They all serve on the oversight board along with Commissioner Letts, and we thoroughly discussed the PDO situation. And my public comments about Mr. Bull, I sincerely regret. And my comments were inappropriate, and I extend my public apology to him without reservation or excuse. And I'm genuinely sorry about the comments that I made, and anything that was attributable to any employee of the county or director of the county. And I was specifically named, I referenced Commissioner Letts. I apologize to Commissioner Letts. I referenced our auditor, Ken Shelton. I apologize to you. I mentioned our IT director, Bruce Motherall. I saw him. He's right there. I apologize to you. I mentioned our HR director, Jennifer Doss. I apologize to you. I think I may have mentioned Shane Evans, our maintenance director, and I apologize to him. Now that's the bad news. The good news is that the PDO is doing very well, and they have over 1,200 cases. There are about 20 employees. We're going to talk about the lease later in the program today, but I wanted to make this public apology first. So with that, we'll go on to the first item on the agenda, which is item 1.1, which is a public hearing to discuss the creation of the Kerr County Emergency Services District. And is that what brings you here? No?
Well, yes, sir. Just in the audience.
And that's Mr. Reeves and Ms. Dowdy.
Judge, is a public hearing.
Yeah.
I'm just here for this.
So is there anybody here that wants to discuss the prospective Emergency Services District number 3 for, it's in Precinct 2 in the Center Point area? There being no one, then I will adjourn the public hearing, and we'll move on to item 1.2, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to engage RX Technology for server upgrades for CJIS compliance. That's CJIS, which is what? Criminal Justice Information Systems compliance, and approve the budget amendment as needed. And this is Mr. Motherwell.
Yes. I think I've got y'all's package where that we have a proposal from them to upgrade some of our server equipment. And we ask that you approve that.
Can you explain the relationship between the server upgrade and the CJIS audit?
Okay. The servers that we have today, because we didn't get to upgrade them during this last year, they're out of date and they will not pass the audit. They are not in compliance. And that will affect grant money.
So are we replacing all of them?
We're not replacing, we're just upgrading.
Oh, upgrading them? Okay.
The replacement part's going to come for next year's stuff.
What are the financial implications?
$23,636.
If you had to give an educated guess, Bruce, how long is it going to be before they're not upgradable?
Sooner than later.
That's the big expense.
Sure. But
How long In other words, how much time does this give you?
Most of these servers are 8 to 10 years old. They are approaching end of life.
They're
And
gonna
they
be
will need to
obsolete. Did you do a cost analysis of replacement versus upgrade?
Right.
And what kind
we
of
don't want
difference?
to, what we're trying to do is to do a consolidation, and that's part of the big budget package that's going to come, is to do some consolidation of those servers, so it would be less expensive in the long run.
Right, because the next gen is gonna be upgradable
Yeah.
infinite. So the promise.
Close.
That's the promise,
That's what they say.
yeah.
Bruce, is there a deadline? Is it? are we
Our
running the gun?
audit is overdue. And I've got RX on standby to do this immediately.
This is essential, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Was this foreseeable that this was gonna happen?
It was foreseeable. We were hoping because of COVID, we might get shoved out to next year, but it's not going to happen, I don't think. They're back into it now going.
So had COVID not happened, you would have
I would
planned to
I would
do
have
it,
already asked for this.
and this was in the budget.
This is not in the budget.
This is excellent.
Well, how could you have,
I would have, yes, but that's what I'm saying. It's an expenditure that was foreseen, but not totally geared for because we cut it all last year. It was in my budget to begin with last year,
oh, it was in the budget?
and then we cut it back. So that's where that went.
I'm not sure I follow that, but
But this is like putting new tires on an old truck you're gonna get rid of soon. So, but it has to be done.
Timing wise, yes,
And the tires go with the truck when it's over.
it's still there.
Yeah. I hate to waste the money, but it has to be done.
Is that a motion?
Yeah. That was a motion.
Second.
And motion-
are we voting on wasting money, or are we voting, I'm kidding. Forget that.
The motion was made by Commissioner Balloon, seconded by Commissioner Letts, to approve the server upgrades for the CGIS compliant and approve a budget amendment. You have the money in your budget, we just have to amend it to be able to fund this, right?
I think that we're going to have to actually fund it.
Oh, okay.
So there is a budget amendment. We're certifying new revenue in the sheriff commissary phone line item for $24,000. And then we're putting the $24,000 into the IT capital outlay.
So this is an interdepartmental transfer. Budget amendment,
It's
correct?
actually coming from
It's
outside.
revenue.
It's outside the budget.
Even
because
outside the budget?
The sheriff controls the commissary fund now.
But it
So-
is for
No.
criminal justice.
Okay, so last year, there was a OAG opinion that stated that the money that's made off of the commissary phone has to come into the general fund. So last year, when we were looking at that, we originally budgeted about $35,000, and right now we've collected closer to $70,000. So that's why I'm saying it's new revenue.
That's good.
The motion includes that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. I think we'll skip over 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, and 1.9, because all of those should be considered after our budget workshop. Let's go to 1.10, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the lease with Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office. As I said earlier, the good news is that our Public Defender's Office is immensely successful. They have taken on over 1,200 criminal appointments to date between the 5 counties. The judges in all 5 counties are very pleased with the program and pleased with the timeliness in which our public defenders are actually visiting with their clients in jail. They have gone through and they have grown much more rapidly than we anticipated. You know, that's always good news. You grow, but it brings other consequences with it. And one of them is that they've taken a look. They've already got 20 employees, and at the end of the day, we're supposed to have 21 of them that will be housed here in Kerr County and about 10 of them over in Medina County. And we purchased we're in the process of purchasing 550 Earl Garrett. And just to briefly report on that building is scheduled to be roofed this week. It was delayed because of the rain. Once we get the new roof on it, then we can have all the inspections and the certificate of occupancy, and we're still anticipating closing by the end of the month. That is the plan. But nonetheless, the PDO has, when we originally contemplated housing them over there, we looked at the second floor, which actually is 2,828 square feet. They are requesting at least 4,360 square feet of space is what they're requesting to lease.
That's pretty much the whole shebang, isn't it?
The whole shebang is 56. And that is of the usable space. That doesn't include the common areas, or the maintenance items in the center of the building. But that would be basically leasing the entire building. And so we do have our quarterly board meeting, it's going to be in Bernie this week, Thursday afternoon. And one of the things that we need to do on behalf of Kerr County is to get this property under lease so that we know what kind of income stream we're going to have. We originally planned market rates at about $1.25 per square foot per month is pretty much the going rate. That rate is probably going to go up with inflation. Everybody's paying more. That's not surprising to anyone, I don't think. But so what I would be asking the court to do is to authorize us, Commissioner Letts and Judge Williams and I are on that board. We will attend this Thursday, and we'd like to have lease discussions with the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office. And if they want to lease the whole thing, I need to know that that's something that this court is interested in doing, or willing to do. It would increase the annual payments from approximately, and these are approximate numbers, from $45,000 a year to approximately $90,000.
This payments from whom to whom?
It would be from the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office, which is the entity that we created with the 5 counties to oversee this public defender's office. And that rent would be allocated between the 5 counties on the basis of case counts that would be reviewed annually. Right now, I believe, I'm looking at my auditor, we're at 34%? Roughly 34% of the cases that the PDO has are Kerr County. And so, just using approximate numbers, if we're talking about annual rent of perhaps as much as $90,000, $30,000 of that is a Kerr County obligation. The $60,000 comes from the other 5 counties that they pay to help defray the cost of purchasing the building to house the Public Defender's Office. And in talking with TIDC, that's the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, we can take that by way of credit, or we can actually contribute cash, our share of the rent, pay cash.
At one time, I think initially talking about 30 people in PDO.
31.
31, 20 attorneys, 10 support staff.
21 attorneys.
21 attorneys. And that you said something a while ago about 10 being in Medina? Okay. So
10.
out of the total of 31, 10 are going to be in Medina.
Yeah, the
Was that
original
always the plan?
Yes.
To have 10 in Medina? Okay. Okay.
And
They're all Kerr County employees. Is that an issue, having Kerr County employees working full-time in Medina?
That's another agenda item.
Okay.
It's not an issue that they're Kerr County employees.
Okay.
The issue is who's going to handle the administrative headache of taking care of this PDO.
Right.
And it is,
Okay.
from my public apologies,
As
you know, it's
Commissioner,
been more difficult than I anticipated.
Different agenda item. So grand. Okay. All right.
And what is the annual payment on the mortgage for this building?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I do not know it off the top of my head, but just a second, hold that thought.
Well, that'll
It's in the
play into
budget.
whether we take our credit or make our payment.
Yes.
And just kind of go to your question, Commissioner. I anticipate either I or the judge will put PDO on next Monday's agenda after our meeting this week.
Okay. All right.
And that will help answer some of the questions.
Okay. Good enough?
So the motion that I'm making is to authorize us to enter into these discussions because we need to report back to be able to finalize something. Because we're anticipating that we will have the certificate of occupancy by the end of the month, first part of July. And then we have to get the phones and the internet and schedule the move. And there's quite a bit of activity that has to take place to get a move in.
And so what's the motion?
My motion is to authorize Commissioner Letts and I to discuss lease terms with the Hill Country Regional Public
Okay.
Defender's Office and report back to the court
Okay.
on any progress that we make.
Okay. Somebody second it?
I'll second.
So I've made the motion, been seconded by Commissioner Blue to authorize Commissioner Letts and I to discuss lease negotiations with the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office and report back. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous 5-0. Okay, at this point, since we're going to reconvene, I'm going to recess the special meeting. We'll come back and we'll handle the other agenda items. We'll handle the approval agenda at that time, if that's okay with the auditor's office. Then I will set this aside, and so we are in recess as to the special Commissioners Court meeting. And at this point, I'm going to convene the budget workshop, and we will proceed with that. And Mr. Robles, are you going to?
I thought we'd start right down the list.
Judge, may I say something at the beginning?
Please.
Okay. Commissioners have a very major responsibility, and that's to approve the budget for the year. And I think the budget procedure for establishing that budget is very fast. We do a lot of things. I think we should, as Commissioners Court, when we have a budget workshop, we ought to have the information available to us at least 2 working days in advance. In other words, to have a effective budget workshop. This morning we got this information. I haven't looked at it. I don't think any other commissioners have looked at it. So I'm not saying we can't go through this morning and hopefully make some progress, but if we don't make sufficient progress, then we just probably need to reconvene this session. But I think we need to, in the future, any of the budget, we got a bunch of budget workshops this year. I'm going to recommend, I'm not going to make a motion, it's not appropriate, but I'm going to recommend that we ask the auditor's office to provide us the information at least 2 business working days in advance. So, and if we can't, let's just reschedule the budget workshop.
I agree with you 100%. The problem is not on the auditors. Sometimes they don't get it from the information they need.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Right.
So I don't want to single them out, but I know sometimes they're fed the information.
Well, that's who we get it
Yeah.
from, so that's,
Right.
and whoever, if they've got an issue with departments or whatever, so we need to face up to it. This is too important to not have a chance to look at it and think
agree.
about it and ask questions. Okay.
I think we all agree.
Cool.
But the question is, how difficult is that? How likely is that it's doable? 2 days in advance, I mean, what are you waiting on, for example, today?
For this one, several items.
Okay,
But,
see. There's nothing you can do about that, is there?
Yeah,
Well,
we
maybe.
cannot have a budget workshop.
Well, that department isn't on the workshop, that's scheduled. They're down the line.
Okay, well,
Well,
that's
for this meeting, the departments that are on here, they're pretty straightforward. That's why we scheduled it this way. There's only 7 departments on here, and they're all small departments with
But
very little
still,
changes.
there's dollars associated with each one.
Okay.
Everybody on this court needs to look at that and think about it and have questions. Not that they're small or blah, 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 blah. Okay? Good.
We'll start with Justice of the Peace 1. And we're going to do all 4 of the Justice of the Peace. And then I'd like to move the Justice of the Peace Technology Fund.
Speak
and
louder,
Justice-
James.
Pardon?
Speak louder,
Louder.
please.
Yeah, I'd like to move the Justice of the Peace Technology Fund and Justice Court Building Security Fund right at the end of the Justice of the Peace 4 presentation, since they're all related.
So that everybody that's looking at your agenda, if you go down about 2/3 way down the page, you see JP Tech Fund and Justice Court Building Security. We're going to move those up and take them right after Justice Precinct 4. That's the order we're going to take them up.
Okay.
Ms. French.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have not changed anything on my line items minus the request that we're making for the part-time position.
Let me ask James something. James,
Yes, sir.
where in this door we're supposed to be looking? What page?
This page right here.
What page?
First page,
It's the very first
the
page.
cover sheet.
Cover sheet, okay.
And right after that, they're all in order.
And I say that as assuming that the court has received the letters from Kathy and I regarding splitting a part-time position.
That'll be discussed in a different section. With a special
Follow
request.
the page.
Oh, okay.
Good. I didn't hear that.
That'll be discussed with the new hires and special requests and part-time in a different section. This is just the operating expenses of her office at the moment.
Well, I think it's important that we all understand what we're doing. Let me just kind of back the train up a little bit and let's reset. We're going to consider new hires at another time, correct?
Yes, the workshop agenda has all the departments in order that we're going, and your packets are in order of the budget workshop agenda. So we're gonna do the JPs, treasurer, constable, and then we'll get into the employee requests for staff reclassifications, new hires, capital budgets. And
Or will that be on a different day?
no, it'll be here in about 10 minutes. We're just following the order of the agenda.
Okay, I'm looking at the agenda and it says Justice of the Peace Precinct 1. And Ms. French is here,
Yes.
and so
Yes.
what are we considering at this time?
So,
Her operating expenditures, which are the first page on y'all's. Everything beneath that red line.
And the page number, for Commissioner Moser, says page 36 up at the top.
That is correct.
So we're all on the same page. Okay. Let's proceed.
okay, so basically I've just carried over all my expenses from last year. I didn't provide for any increases. Again, I do have that other request that we can talk about later, but I didn't change that amount yet in my part-time salary line, so everything else is the same.
Okay.
So the biggest change from your the previous year is part-time. Because you had $740 in 2019, 2020, and so now you're recommending 2,800. So why is that?
So the reason that we have not used, that's our floater salary. And that's another thing that I want to get into when we discuss this part-time request that we're talking about, because where we have saved money for the county on that floater salary is basically there's not a lot of available floaters to cover 4 different JP offices, and they're not always, they don't enjoy regular employment with the county, so if they're not available on the days we request them, they're not available. They're also not trained in our offices. Are basically there to take messages and assist the best they can, but they're basically seat warmers and not trained employees. So Kathy and I have had more luck in our offices just forwarding our phones to each other's clerks and putting signs on our door and sending them up and down, which has saved the county a little money on that floater, but it's not real efficient for our offices. So we don't have to discuss that now. We can discuss it later if you like, but they kind of run together.
Okay. So this page here that was just handed out, what is this? This just shows the cases?
So what I handed out was just to show the difference in our caseloads and how they've
Okay.
changed over the years with our jurisdictional increases and the taking on of more debt claim cases.
Okay.
So essentially, civil has become a full-time job.
It's a significant increase, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And so our clerks trying to balance our caseloads are needing a little extra help. So
Okay.
that's where that request comes in.
Okay.
So I don't know, do y'all want to talk about that now or you want to wait?
I'm just looking at it relative to your budget request and to be consistent, okay?
So that's the only change that we're requesting.
Okay. That's good.
Okay.
And just to clarify, so that people understand,
Yes,
you're the JP of Precinct 1,
yes, sir.
and Judge Mitchell is the JP of Precinct 3.
Yes, sir.
And y'all are asking to share an
We're
employee.
asking to share one part-time employee.
To share one part-time employee. And that's the only real difference in your budget from last year.
Yes.
Okay,
Good enough.
that's clear. Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Any other questions?
No?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Justice of the Peace Precinct 2, I saw him out there. J.R. Hoyne.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay, this is page 37 for those that follow the page numbers.
To the hymnal?
To the hymnal.
Yep. Okay.
And your budget hasn't changed from last year.
Very little, sir. I think we've had a little drop in training, an increase in our lease copier monthly payment.
Okay.
Good deal. Good job.
Thank you.
Any questions? Well done. Thank you.
Appreciate you keeping us on the straight and narrow. Thanks, John.
Appreciate you. Thanks.
Next is Justice of the Peace Precinct 3.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are y'all today? Okay, as you can probably see, nothing has changed really on mine either. I do want you to know that this last year's budget, I did save the county money. The Texas Supreme Court allowed us to take, because of COVID, to take our 20 hours of mandatory school online, and I took all of mine online, so I did save the county that money.
Very good.
That's good.
Any questions or anything?
No, and just to clarify, you're joining in the request for to share a part-time employee with Precinct 1.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Next is Justice of the Peace Precinct 4. I saw him there too.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. I was really, probably for the first time in 30 years, actually had the budget prepared for me, and it was good. James did a very, very good job. The only item that has changed, actually since I even prepared the budget, or since James did, is we've changed banks. And for the first time in 30 years, again, we have to drive about 5 miles each way to get to the bank and back. I saw on the agenda there was an item about dropping all vehicle allowances. I think there's something wrong with my clerk having to pay to bring money into the county, and she's having to drive her vehicle, or I'm stuck with mine. Okay, I sometimes drive 60 miles each way to do a death inquest, and I don't get a car allowance. Never have. Well, no, back way back we did, but I don't now. But that's my problem. I get paid a lot more than she does. But I think it's really not correct for, like I said, I think a county employee to have to pay to bring money to the county. Our alternative to driving it to the bank, which is no longer on the way home for both of us, is that we drive it to the courthouse, which is worse. But I checked with, now the clerks here in the courthouse just walk up the steps or down the steps or whatever to deliver the money we're supposed to deliver on a daily basis. JR's, Judge Hoying's clerk drives from the annex to the courthouse, I guess, but according to Judge Hoying, that's on her way home. She's fine with it. But like I said, this is different for us out here. It's now an 8-mile trip, almost 9-mile trip, that she's not being compensated for. I don't think that's right. I don't know how the court can address that other than say, oh, well, tough, or find a way to make that right. But under the normal rules of mileage, she would get about $20 a week in reimbursement for her vehicle and the fuel and stuff like that. And I don't think that's unreasonable. And when you do that on an annual basis, it does make a difference. So I would like that you would consider helping her with that. And in your presentation of the reimbursement thing, there may be other people who really should be due a reimbursement for the use of their vehicle. Time-wise, she's fine, because what we do is we just shut down the office 30 minutes early, and we close at 4:30. She closes the till and gets to the bank and back, so she's not being docked for her time or losing, her wages, but she is losing the benefit of her vehicle. So if y'all would consider that, I would appreciate it.
Is there a particular line item you're talking about, Judge, here on your budget?
I don't know where you would put it. It's never
No,
been there
so it's
before.
not in the budget?
Not in here.
No, it's not in this budget. This is something that.
But that's going to be an agenda item later on today.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about, the other agenda item.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, no, I need to put it in my budget, but it is an agenda item that happened to come up
So you're
as
asking
well.
for an additional budget request?
I think-
Requesting additional-
yes, sir.
How much?
I would say $20 a week, whatever that comes out to.
That's $1,000.
$1,040.
That's $1,000.
Yeah, right at $1,000.
Okay.
But my budget has never had that line item in it, or not had it in about 28 years.
Okay.
So this would be the proper time for me to address that. I believe we should put that line item in it.
Okay.
And put $1,000.
Okay.
Or whatever,
Yeah,
$20 a week comes out.
Your office rent went up $3,000.
Yes.
Well, I think that's something we discussed
We
as part of the
will,
lease,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, good enough. Only good enough.
Yeah, I don't have any say in that. They just stuck that into
Yeah.
my budget,
Okay.
even though I share it with another office. And that may come up for a change that we need to probably discuss privately at a time soon.
You mean in executive session? We don't have private discussions.
Yeah. Well, just as long as 2 or 3 of you are there, that's all we need. Yeah, one of those.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Your comments noted, I gotta digest it. Your comment was noted about the driving. Gotta think about how that relates to all other county offices.
It should go in, I think, as a set amount, not to exceed a certain amount, and then they can, if it gets used, yes. If it doesn't, Christmas week, maybe they don't do as many deliveries and so on.
Our current policy is you don't get paid for in-county driving. No employee, county employee.
And doing it on company
And
time.
changing that may open up a lot more than we're willing to open up. That's what I got, so that's why I said I've got to think about this a little bit, and if there's other ways to accommodate this.
But it is just.
Yeah, I understand your request.
Thank you.
So that no one is thoroughly confused. Kerr County's reimbursement rules for mileage are different than the IRS rules at present. And that's what Judge Ragsdale is bringing to our attention, and that it has an inequitable effect.
Thank you.
The IRS rules are that anything you do for business, you can charge mileage, I think, what are we up to now, 55 cents a mile?
65.
Whatever the current rate is. And that is from your place of employment, from the courthouse or from your office to wherever you're going. This came up with the Public Defender's Office. This is one of our little satellite issues. Kerr County customarily has not paid for in-county transportation. So that if you go to Ingram, if you go to Centerpoint, if you go to Divide, if you head out to Lane Valley Road on business, that has not been reimbursed. That has been the Kerr County custom. I don't think there's an official policy on it. Maybe there's a policy, I don't know. But what you're bringing to our attention is this is a discrepancy between the normal IRS rules. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the treasurer, Tracy Sullivan.
We do the Justice of the Peace technology.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got it diagrammed on my agenda here. So this would be the JP Tech Fund, right?
Yes, and their budget request is 2,000. That fund has
What?
been.
Give us a page number.
Two.
Got it?
They're all in order.
Okay.
We used to pay for Tyler Technology bills out of there, but the fund has slowly been depleted. We don't have a lot of revenue coming into that fund, so all that is requested is 2,000, and this will cover the cell phone bills for some of the Justice of the Peace.
Okay.
The Tyler Technology bills, I think, will be moved into the IT department.
Okay.
The next department is Fund 13, Justice Court Building Security. We have a budget of 10,000 in there, which is mostly a placeholder. The fund holds about 30,000 in it, and it's up to the 4 Justice of the Peace to determine how it is they want to spend that.
Well, we've never had that before, so what? Say again why we're doing it?
We have had this fund, I believe, for 2 years. One of the fees were directed into a special revenue or a dedicated fund that can be used only for specific purposes. And over the last 2 years, we've accumulated about 30,000.
But it says zero here, previous years.
We haven't spent anything out of it.
Oh.
We have had
I
that
see.
fund. It's been collecting revenue slowly.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Do the JPs have an idea as to what they want to do with this fund?
That's between the 4 of them, but it is restricted to certain things that you can spend the money on.
So how do they determine what they're going to do, and how do we approve it if it's not in the budget?
Well, we'll have to look to see if they have any needs first, and if that fund will be able to cover those needs.
So this is a placeholder,
It is.
and later in the
Yeah.
budget will come up with the actual
That's correct.
project.
Yeah. If there are projects that need.
Okay. So this is money in an account now,
Correct.
$30,000
Approximately.
approximately. That can only be used for certain things.
For security of Justice of the Peace Court buildings.
For what, Jane?
For security of the Justice of the Peace Court. Could be things like a swipe card as a magnetic door, or cameras, or bulletproof something in front of the judge's podium, things of that nature.
We ready for the treasurer now?
Yes.
Okay, so
Good morning. The only change that I've made is to my books, publication, and dues line item, a $65 increase because my association is increasing dues this year for the first time since 2005.
That's the only change.
That's the only change.
I think we can afford that.
We think, yeah, plan about that.
I like it.
That's why she trades the
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, wait, let's see. Okay, the other side, okay, never mind, good.
Okay. Constable Precinct 2?
Same budget as last year. I am asking for a slight increase in fuel because of the rapid rate that it went up and the amount that it went up per gallon, and don't really see any relief in sight in the near future. So I asked for another 500 in fuel budget.
Okay.
You requested it, but it's, I don't see that it's in the admin recommend.
It's the requested budget column, is the department requested budget. It's
Yeah.
2,500 versus the 2,000.
Right. Which one do we go, which is the official?
The admin recommended is the judge's budget that he presented first, and the requested budget is now the department requested budget.
Okay.
So the increase is 500.
So we should be looking at
Requested budget.
requested, right.
Well, the last column was the budget that I recommended.
Okay, gotcha.
The next to last column is what the departments are requesting.
Okay, good. Okay.
That's the difference.
Good, perfect. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle.
The,
Anything?
I guess my comment is, fuel prices are going up, and I think that it makes more sense to do an across-the-board adjustment
Right.
for all departments that have that than just pick and choose.
Well, and we're just using Kyle's as an example.
Right.
It's indicative of all the departments.
But
the
next one isn't asking for an increase.
His year-to-date has been $1,005, and anticipated through the end of the fiscal year is $1,650. And I recommended 2,000, and you're anticipating another 500.
Well, last year we weren't doing as many evictions and that kind of stuff, and the gas was a lot cheaper, $1 a gallon cheaper than it hit, 2 months ago or last month? But now that we're back into the full swing of things, we're out doing a lot more evictions and paper service and court. We're back into doing it in person and stuff like that. So there's going to be a lot more running around.
The only problem with your suggestion is one size fits all, where you go to precinct 4, you've got longer drives sometimes.
Precinct 4 isn't requesting an
I know, but if we were to, I mean, it's, one size doesn't fit all as far as the range.
Just a percentage increase for all of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if fuel prices are projected to stay where they are, it seems that on this type of a line item, you increase them for everyone 15%, 25%, and whatever the number is that we think is appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, and just so we don't confuse the public, okay? We spent $1,000. Last year was the COVID year. We owe that, and it's an aberration. It was just $1,000, and we're anticipating, even with the increased prices this year, through the end of the fiscal year, September 30, to be $1,650. And I budgeted $2,000, trying to provide some sort of accommodation for these rising prices. So, just, these are moving targets, and we don't really know exactly what it's going to be, but we're trying to make adjustments. And back to your comment, I tried to factor that in the budget. So,
Well, if there's a 25% increase in fuel for all departments that use fuel, that changes the budget substantially.
Right.
If we do that. If we don't
Go
just
down
take
that
whatever
road.
requests they are and what they feel they can work with, you change the budget dramatically doing that.
Right. Fuel has gone up 50%.
Yeah. But my comment is, I don't see why we.
I understand it. It's a good point.
I'm looking at Precinct 4, who does drive a lot, and he thinks he can make it by. So I mean, I understand Kyle.
well, we may be changing his mind. I don't know.
I just think it makes more sense that if that's truly how we're gonna look at it, we should look at those departments that get a fuel line item and adjust them the same.
I agree.
Rather than, and I believe, my understanding is going into this budget process that because there's unknowns, the idea was to have a larger contingency fund at the county and non-departmental, and then move money to where it's needed rather than budget everywhere extra.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather see it expended as we go personally than all this turning
Right,
money back
instead of
over at the end
automatic.
of the year. Yeah. You have a truer budget if you do it that way. All this, you know, I didn't use all this here, giving it back at the end of the year. I'm not a fan of that.
We look at all these projected year-end deals and they're substantially lower.
Before we get too far into that, please disregard the projected year-end column. This is something we have to deal with every year.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
column that
Right.
cannot be taken out of this report, and it's not accurate.
No need to state that, we do.
Yes.
Ignore it.
Thank you.
I do.
I mean, my preference is, sorry, Kyle, is to take the 500 out and then address them
As you go.
uniformly or as we go through the year.
Right, agree.
Because the judge is giving you an increase over what you're projected to use, so we're not going to use that number for.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Let's move on to Constable Precinct 4. Brad Ryder.
Well, if you want to put more fuel on there, I'll just take that. I only changed two things on what I got for the recommendation. One of them is just for an office scanner, for a document scanner, so I could save space in storing documents and put them back in for records retention into the computer. The major thing, though, is a vehicle. And what I did with that is I did go out and get some bids, which I didn't bring to provide you because they're kind of out there. You know, the truck that I'm currently driving is a 2012, got 188,000+ miles on it. I realized a couple years ago y'all put an engine in it, but everything else around it is still a 2012 and 188,000+ miles on it. It's falling apart.
Broken in really well.
Sir?
It's broken in really well.
Really well, yes, sir. But I did kind of follow the sheriff's lead in looking at the leasing program. I talked to Simon Ortega first and then Christopher Smith. If we act quickly, and I only say that because of the window of opportunity, is $62.86 is an annual price for a new Dodge truck like I have, with the exception of it has a V6 engine in it. Being in a bigger area, I did increase the fuel. Thought maybe the V6 would help offset some of that. And it's not like I'm out chasing anyone or anything like that. So, but I'm also told that they don't know when that window will close. Chevrolet has told them they're going to do 50% of what they did during the COVID year, this year, which is practically nothing. They don't know when Dodge will quit or Chrysler will quit accepting offers. Ford don't open till September, so he said that it would run on a monthly note of probably on a Ford about $100 more a month.
So this 6,200, is that a purchase or is that a lease?
Lease. It's a lease.
Lease, okay.
Yes, sir. And the way he described it to me, sir, is they take the truck, we take it, I have it for like a year, they can take it back, sell it, and the equity just keeps going back into the next year. And I'm sure you're familiar with that already, but basically after 4 or 5 years, it's really cheap, so to speak, or less expensive, I should say.
So it's the same program the sheriff's using.
Right. Exactly.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
I know that truck has seen its better days.
A lot of miles.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Brad.
Thank you, sir.
Does this rolls into the plan we currently have?
The enterprise program? Yes. We've
Another vehicle on.
We've had several departments request new vehicles, and that'll be addressed in the capital outlay section we'll get to in just a moment.
Okay.
Directly behind that last page, the Constable 4 page, is a page that looks like this. It's called Special Requests. It's related to salaries, and that'll be the next section we'll go over.
I'm sorry, James,
Not
where's
mine.
that in the package?
Mine's not there.
Mine's not next.
No.
Okay, it's a few more pages after Constable 4, it looks like this.
What's the page number on the upper right-hand corner?
It's an Excel spreadsheet, it doesn't have a page number. Yes, the special request.
Okay, we're looking for it. Let's see.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, is it just far back in there?
Not that far. 10, 15 pages.
Okay.
Well, those pages are the debt, which are at the bottom of
Wait a
the
minute,
agenda.
James, we're looking for it.
Special request.
Yes, sir.
This one?
Yeah. Trying to get-
Not this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
We have 7 special requests that are above and beyond the salary study recommendations and are listed here. 3 are for the sheriff, 1 district court, or excuse me, 2 district courts, 1 county clerk, and 1 county attorney. Total salary increases for all 7 are going to be approximately $40,000, with roll-ups approximately $50,000. And behind that page are the letters that each department head and elected official wrote as explanations for theirs. I see 3 of them in here today if they want to address the court specifically. Whoever wants to go first. We have the sheriff up first with his recommendations if you'd like to address that.
And I see that some of these positions are above the salary study recommendations.
Just to give an FYI, the sheriff's, his 3 weren't really part of the salary survey. These are new programs I believe he wants to implement, and so creating new positions, which is why
They're not new, they're just redone. Existing personnel, job descriptions change.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
All right. Yeah, Commissioner, Judge, what I've taken is the first 6 months to evaluate the sheriff's office. Kind of coming up with a 4-year plan, so I don't just come and surprise y'all with anything. But in this 6 months, what I've evaluated is on a daily basis, pretty regularly, I get asked, what are you going to do with the borders being open to protect everybody? What I want to do is reorganize part of my department, not asking for any more manpower, just reallocating some positions for the sheriff's office, and I'm creating a new division, a special operations division, where I'll be switching my manpower around. And with that, basically what I have here, y'all have the paperwork. I'm wanting to take a sergeant's position evidence to a captain's position and another sergeant's position to a lieutenant. And then my secretary, who will oversee both the CID division and special operations division, I want to move her to an executive assistant. So that's kind of the outlay. Doing all this in mind, I was able to do this without increasing last year's budget.
And Larry, I mean,
yes, sir.
I know that you and I visited about these earlier.
Yes.
Part of the reason for doing this is to increase efficiency, as I recall.
Yeah, we're being more effective and efficient. This new unit's going to be what I call more proactive. Y'all have monitored us in the last 6 months. We've really done a good job. The rest went way up. I have a CID division, which I call those guys more reactive. They follow up on cases, but the SOD will be a more proactive. Like I said, I wanted to implement a special response team that will be funded by the public. Actually, we're off to a good start, and this special operations division will oversee that.
So reorganizing, but the impact is $9,000 increase in salaries, is that what it amounts to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For that one position.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, for that one position.
I look at those 3 changes as really allowing the sheriff to reorganize his department that he's newly elected. And I think, makes sense, and that's probably not the right word, but I think we need to give elected officials some latitude to reorganize their offices. And do you think this is more efficient? Makes sense to me.
I agree with that.
Agree.
Thank you.
Thanks.
On the, James,
Yes.
on the two from the district court,
Yes.
they're both listed as non-step and grade. I thought we were trying to get everybody onto step and grade. That office and the judges don't want it?
It's just because we could make it.
I guess they were part of the study, right?
Yes.
It makes it very difficult for us to me, to track employees and try to keep salaries equitable when we have certain employees that are not on the step and grade. Now, there's a group of employees that are exempt for reasons, and which to me is not step and grade. But I don't understand why these are not on the step and grade system.
Did you see the notes that the judge put in?
Which probably says we don't have any choice. We can
Well, I just wondered if you'd read it.
No, I did not. And it's not the salary amount, it's a step and grade issue to me. Because there are other departments that were.
Well, you gotta have a starting point.
Right. Well, but you look at, what the job description is, and you look at other job descriptions that are similar in the county, and you make those equitable.
Yeah.
I'm just against, just saying that you're gonna be such and such, and you have a job description, but you're not comparable to other offices. I don't think that's fair.
I agree.
So I think they need to come up with a step and grade for those employees. It's not the dollars as much that I'm having concern with. It's a step and grade issue.
So there is part of our salary plan that says that they're on the open range position. It says page 1 of 4, it says fiscal year 2020 salary plan job series order, and it shows both of them being in the open range. I don't know when it got changed, it's not on the proposal, but it does show them being open range.
Meaning?
That it's not part of the grade and step, they're non-grade and step.
So it's an up or down request at that point. There's nothing you can tie it to. That's the way I read it.
I don't think we should have any open range employees, period.
Well, I would agree with that. But
It's,
that's
I
right.
mean, it's, I mean, my.
I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah. So, until, I don't, that's just my feeling.
But that's a policy thing, man. That's not.
Well, we've been trying to move that direction, and have salary, and we're trying to we'll try to get the salary ranges for all the exempt employees.
Right.
And to me, they need to be put in the step and grade, and then we look at where they fit.
Who's the last calf in the gate is the question, so that's the way I see it. You gotta do it sometime.
Right. So,
I think that's probably more of a policy discussion than it is the letter that the district judge had wrote. Are y'all okay with the amounts separate from the step and grade discussion?
Well, I'd
Not
like to see
really.
what that state, no, I'd like to see what that step and grade is first.
Well, he's trying to figure out where to plug it into the step and grade chart.
Right.
That's correct.
It's some justification.
It's a pending issue.
Yeah. Well,
We can bring that back.
since we are going to have to revisit it,
Yes.
why don't you go ahead and take what has been requested and convert that to near step and grade so that we can begin to have an apple-to-apple comparison.
That's a good idea.
It's a starting point.
Next up will be the county clerk requesting a deputy clerk to an admin deputy clerk.
Morning. Yes.
This is a request to just kind of
in the same regard as what the sheriff is doing, just, I see an employee or an opportunity to create a position that, it's not creating a new position, it's adjusting the salary and adjusting the title. So it's, I'm not hiring a new, or not requesting to hire a new employee, it's just adjusting the salary and creating a new title.
I think the sheriff went through reorganizing for various reasons. So what's the reason for this?
Because,
What's changed?
well, there's
What's increased?
the amount of duties on
Huh?
the admin clerk, the amount of duties on the admin clerk.
What changed to increase the amount of duties on the
Public
admin?
assistance.
Huh?
Public assistance, just people.
Population didn't increase, so what's?
We have a lot of land record increases.
Okay.
And so there's general public, the demand of the general public in that regard. And
Okay.
then as far as birth certificates.
So the
as
amount
well.
of land increases.
And it's safer for me to have someone on call to be able to open the office and to close. And that's,
Nothing changed to do that.
well, I have two on standby, the chief deputy and the administrative deputy clerk and myself, so technically 3. But in the event, kind of like through COVID, I had to have somebody available to open.
But that's gone away, COVID's gone away.
Well, it's just an example to have in the event. And then through the winter storm, that was a whole other issue with the mental health and things that had to get done.
But you said something a while ago that makes a lot of sense.
Go ahead.
Increase in land
Yes.
documentation, whatever that documentation is. So you see, I can see a big increase in that. So is that part of the major part of your reason for this change?
It's a lot of different duties on the administrative deputy clerk for a total of 12 employees. To supervise and to make sure that they can open and close, assist the public at the same time.
But Jackie, what I'm looking for is what changed from previous years to this year to increase for the requested increase? What changed?
The amount of public assistance, just the demand of the public in person and on the phone.
I think,
go ahead.
I think, the way I look at this, I think that we have been reading the court, really held almost every department feet to the fire line on hire additional employees. And they've made some changes. But there is no question that work in every department has substantially increased in the last 10 years. And I don't know that we've added a whole lot of employees during that period. I think we really need to look at what you're saying. I think it's part of the budget. I think we need to look at, but I think there's a comparison that I like, whether it's accurate or not. I do compare your office with other offices as to, you have a number 1, which is you have a number 2, number 3, and on down the line. And I think that needs to be consistent between the offices. But I also think that there has been an increase in workload. There's no question. In your office, in the district clerk's office, in JP's offices, the tax assessor office. So I think we need to look at a plan as to where we've been kind of looking at all those departments kind of at once. And I'd rather look at it that way rather than pick one now and then. We're not looking to the district clerk today, but I would anticipate she'll have some adjustments, and Bob may have, I know Bob has some adjustments to his in the tax assessor's office. So, I think it's kind of, I'm hearing what you say and I agree with you. I'm just not sure how to do it.
Okay.
Exactly. And I'd really like to have it, maybe the next workshop is kind of look at all of, kind of look at, I'm glad we're getting it today so we can start thinking about it, but.
How is it measurable?
Right. Yeah, and I know that, yeah.
How do you quantify it?
Bob Reeves could look at it based on the number of licenses or transactions, or same way with number of transactions increasing.
Well,
That's a metric. change.
That's
Yeah.
a good point. It'd be
Right.
interesting to see if
Right.
overall it's increased 15%, 20%.
Yeah, that's where I was
35.
coming from. I don't see, the county hadn't changed a lot. Yeah, a lot of real estate transactions are happening more. Population is not increased that much, so I agree with Commissioner Les. Let's look at it. Let's increase the workload in the county across the board. Maybe there's reasons, I don't know.
I mean, I think there are. I think that
probably
there
are.
I mean, virtually every office has increased workload. Certainly on the judicial side, there's a lot more. And that takes care of, that's a good part of our budget. If you go everywhere from the sheriff's department to the county clerk, to the JPs, to the district clerk, they're all dealing with judicial issues and other issues.
I would say one other thing, that it's also to create incentive, I may have already said this, but to create incentive within the office to keep employees here in the office instead of seeking employment elsewhere. It just creates a title with a little bit of salary boost. So that
It's good. I go back to
Because it's
consistency. I just think we need to be
Sure.
consistent in what we're doing.
Okay.
And let me follow up with salary. Is this salary request in line with the salary study?
I'm showing that it's above the salary study recommendations. I mean, I think that's all based on perspective of, it's all opinions. Everybody's going to disagree. I disagree with it, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But I just think I am there every day. I see what goes on, unless I'm on vacation. But
Well, the only reason
I didn't have any in-person contact or a phone conversation with anybody from the salary study. They didn't ask me directly any questions, so there was an opportunity to submit written, a written opinion of my own, but they didn't offer an opportunity to submit the job descriptions. Maybe HR did. I have not asked that, but
I'm not sure the salary study really took a look at the fact that she's recommended changing the job title itself. They took the existing job and then maybe studied the salary for that, but this is in lieu of additional duties.
Well, I'm just, whether it's accurate, whether you agree with it or not, we're basing a lot of faith on this salary study.
I understand.
And we're trying to get things better for everyone across the board.
Sure.
That's what we're trying to do.
No, I
Treat
agree
people
with that.
fairly.
For sure.
And I'm trying to find out where this particular person is in regard to the salary study.
Right.
There was no recommendation. I guess it was it inaccurate? I believe it was accurate.
James?
It came in above what the salary recommendation was, but that salary recommendation.
For that job description, right?
The recommendation was based on the current job description. She's requesting changing the.
I understand. I've got that. But I'm trying to figure out the differences here. If she was already above the average, we're just doing the mid-level on the salary study, right?
Would probably direct us towards the HR department.
Yeah, we can't discuss names, so I don't need.
Speak up louder, please.
Okay.
I would need a name, and we can't discuss
Okay.
names in here, so.
Because the salary study looked at, there's the step in the grade, or the step, it's a generic study, but there's individual specific names tied to it, so it's sort of difficult to discuss specific employees.
But, and the only thing I'm bringing to your attention is, we want to try to use that as a standard. And so one of the things that we'll be looking at, we may take a look at the actual amounts to make sure that we're treating everybody
So
the same.
for the current request before you today is for an administrative deputy clerk. That salary was within, well, I believe it, I think there was a recommendation to change that title, which I didn't, but I think the.
From what I see, both the deputy clerk and the administrative deputy clerk are recommended to stay at the same salary.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So really the difference is that she's converting a position into a different reclassification, a different job title. But both job titles currently are recommended to be at the same that they currently are.
I like Commissioner Lutz's suggestion. Look at I think it was your suggestion. Look at the increases in department of cases handled, in Jackie's department, it'd be pretty easy, in the JP's. If you look at the reports, I've never sat down and said last month it was this much, or same time last year it was this much. But just the same way that you have a formula for having a COLA, we can have a formula. It may not make everybody happy, it'll adjust up or down or whatever, but at least you know what you've got. At least you know if we actually had the increases we're talking about and by how much. I think that would be a lot better way to handle it than just to go, listen to each request. Not that I'm against that. It may adjust upward, it may adjust downward, but to have an idea of what kind of increases all the departments are having. Just like how you figure out what inflation is going to be before you have your COLA.
I think, and I just think we need to look at, we have the salary study. I'm happy with the study. I think it was a good study. But I do think that I'd like to look at historically, how many people have been in your office for the last 5 years? I know the workload's increased, which I think it has increased, and I'm sure you can document it's increased. I know the JPs, that's the captain sitting right here, Mitzi right there, is that they've been given additional responsibility. So that means your workload's gonna increase. They're coming in with a part-time employee that they're gonna split. To me, that's a great way to do it. It's got kind of easing into it, and I suspect in a couple of years it'll probably be a full-time, each get a full-time. But I think we get there gradually. I just want to, when we start making changes right away, I just want to make sure we're being consistent across departments. I'm not against hiring additional people if we need it. I'm not against changing job classifications, but I think that if you have yourself and a deputy clerk and an assistant administrative clerk, then I think the district clerk should probably have the same setup. I'm just going to pull her out. Y'all are somewhat, in my mind, related. I know y'all probably disagree on job functions, but I kind of look at it that way. And to me, that'd be helpful. So I'm not against doing it. I just want to look at it a little bit further.
Well, we pay for the salary survey. Let's use it. Let it be a guideline.
I won't go so far to say that I'm happy with the salary study, but I am committed to trying to apply it uniformly.
Sure.
I'm committed to do that.
Yes.
So, thank you.
The last one we have is going to be the county attorneys.
Thank you. Got it.
Ms. Stebbins.
Thank you. I made this request for one of my employees, although I probably could have made it for all of the attorneys. I just made some notes here from what y'all have said, that you want to use the survey as a standard, that we're trying to bring people up to the mid-range, and you want to be consistent across departments. And the reason I've made the request for at least one of my attorneys would be to be consistent across departments. The salary survey recommends, just for my 2 attorneys in my office who are not even at the mid-range, for attorneys to bring them up. The mid-range for this position is $92,000, or just over $92,000. The minimum range for that position is just over $76,000. This current employee makes just under $76,000 right now. And my request is that you set it at a rate that's somewhere between that minimum and mid-range for that employee. And I think that earlier on in these discussions about attorney salaries, the court was going to attempt to have a different kind of evaluation about the attorney salaries because there are so many attorneys now. And if you look at, I'm not sure, when I sent my request, you have a couple of attorney salaries there. I don't know if that's attached. But when you look at some of the other attorneys throughout the county and the districts, this is more consistent with what the other attorneys are making in Kerr County. And so I respectfully request an increase for that position. Questions?
I mean, this one, I mean, it makes sense to me. It's getting to the midpoint of the salary study, or about.
Yeah.
And this person's been around for a while, so
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Pick it up and leave.
I'm going.
Go ahead.
Okay, James, what have we got next?
The last part of this, which is the note at the bottom, the Environmental Health Department is requesting hiring, I believe, an admin assistant to kind of act as an overlap for the retirement of one of their employees, and you're welcome to address that if you like. I didn't get the letter did not include a number per se or amount of time, but I'll let you address that.
Ms. Batters?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I was not prepared to speak this morning, but I did submit a letter to y'all about a week and a half ago regarding my request. And as you know, we are having an individual that's been with this department for about 20 years, retired at the end of the year. And so I'm requesting that we hire a new administrative assistant to come in to start training, because my current administrative assistant will be taking over that designated representative position. And this
How would we be down there if we just, once that person did retire, we didn't add another person?
It would be very hectic. It would, yes, we get constant interruptions daily from customers coming in, from realtors calling, professionals calling, and there's no way that only 2 full-time employees could handle the work down there, especially with all the inspections and the increase of inspections that we've been having from the new constructions and development in Kirk County, and a lot of the new plat development that's been going on, and so y'all can see in Commissioner's Court. And so it would be very hectic. There is no way that we could have, because sometimes we're out there to fill simultaneously, and we have one person in the office, covering the phones or admin. That's what they're doing, and they also handle the bills, the conducting the reports. So there, and also staying up on our TNR report, which is something I've requested as well. And you'll see that in the letter. We'll talk about that for another budget workshop. But our department has always had a minimum of 5 people for OSSF, and then it was cut back a few years ago. And we've just had a continual, as you can see our numbers, we've increased in our permitting numbers throughout the years. And our complaints relatively stay about the same. We receive about 65 complaints annually, give or take. So we have
You must all call me.
I think we all get
So workload is increased and trying to keep it constant. Okay, cool.
And it would also help so that way when that person does retire, who is a wealth of knowledge, and I'm not having to train 2 people at the same time.
Right.
So this is
I
for
think it
6
makes-
months.
Yeah. I don't know, 6 months seems long, but
Yes.
I think
I'm not for it.
it makes sense. Your office has been put under an extra workload because of the East Creek County Sewer Project. And that's taking
Big
up
time, big time.
a lot of extra work. So, but I also think that I really want to look at the organization, through Mr. Harris, and that, and I don't want to go into too much right now, but I think that we need to look at the department and at how many people we actually need in that department, and then what their structure should be a little bit. And we need to have it's not a workshop discussion, it's probably an executive session discussion.
Right.
So I'm in favor of bringing somebody on. I don't know, they need 6 months. I kind of need 3 months is probably sufficient. then I think that during the next year, I think that we need to have a further discussion.
Well, if you'll remember, a year ago, March, we were planning on having one, and then COVID hit and everything got topsy-turvy, and we never did.
Right. But I do that it's going to pick up again with Centerpoint, East or mostly at Centerpoint, as part of the phase project.
And eventually Ingram as well, because they are projecting phase 3 of their wastewater project as well.
So anyway, so for short term, I mean, I agree with that, but I think we still need to have a discussion about the overall department.
And also our numbers have increased over the years as far as new construction permits goes.
Right.
Within the last 5 years, it just keeps going up. So, and I don't see it declining anytime soon.
I'm not recommending a reduction. I'm just saying that we need to have a discussion sometime during the next year. I think the staffing is adequate, and I think to me 3 months is adequate training to bring on a new person.
Well, in my letter, I do request for 3 months minimum, starting October. It does take a minimum of about 6 months to train for that position.
That's what the request is here.
Oh, 6 months on there, but your letter said 3 months? Anyway, 3 months to me is reasonable.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that too.
I just looked at your.
Oh, okay, October 1st. Last paragraph of it.
It would take, that's true. James did mention that the hiring process as well, right, reminds me about that. And I mean, if we wait till October, that could take longer.
Well,
You know what, the other thing is, Commissioner, in addition to the East Kerr County wastewater system, you know, we've eliminated, good gracious, hundreds of septic tanks. All of them have to be approved by that. And the potential for, you know, if Verde Creek Ranch comes about, that's going to be 170 new septic tanks potentially out there. So back to the metrics, Commissioner Blue, it's, you know, there's some metrics that support this kind of thing. I don't know about
And there's
3
lots
months
of
versus
new
6 months.
subdivisions popping up. And there's lots of new subdivisions popping up, as y'all can see in Commissioner's Court with the
Right.
plats.
That's the reason I
that are
mentioned
approved.
Verde Creek Ranch. If that's approved, that's going to be a lot of new septic systems put in out there.
I mean, I'm in favor of 3 months, which is what your letter said. Too many pieces of paper up there.
Yeah, I know.
So October 1st.
Yeah, you get advertised for that, but hire October 1st. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's the last of the special requests. The next section we'll get into is the new hire requests. And that'll be the section following all the backup documentation that you've received for the special requests.
Okay, it is 10:25. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back. Stand in recess. We'll come back to order. The next item on the, let me just make sure the public knows what we're going to do. We're going to go to right at 11 o'clock, which time we will stop the budget workshop because we have a timed item for the APO workshop. And I know there's a lot of people coming in for that, so we will take that at that time. And then once we're finished with the APO workshop, we'll come back to complete the budget workshop.
Will that be on YouTube as well?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Your hair looks fine.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Robles.
All right, we'll start off with the new hire requests. We have 4 of them this year. One for IT, one for maintenance custodian, one for tax office, motor vehicle, one for the environmental health deputy constable. The IT one, the letter had a grade request of 18 to 20. This is dependent upon the qualifications of the applicant. But that range would be anywhere between 40,248 and 44,429. If you have any questions on the needs of that new hire, we have our IT director here.
Okay, Bruce, come talk to us.
As all of you are quite aware, we've had a substantial increase in workload in the IT department over the last year. Having to deal with all of the COVID and remote access that every department in the county is, some of them still doing. We're still having to deal with that. Remote service, now streaming things on YouTube. So that's man hours that are lost to that. Done. Productive help desk, and we've got an increase in our help desk.
Or is also the fact that more people were working remote and so forth and using computer assisted ways of doing business, it's probably going to stay that way.
Correct. I don't see it
people are
going
going to use
away.
it more and more.
Right.
I mean, that's, I think, across the nation.
It will probably
And people
modify.
are using IT more and more.
Absolutely, every department.
So this would be, so you're increasing, this request increases the employees from what to what?
Currently, there are 4 of us total. It would go to 5.
Yeah.
New employee.
Okay. It has been 4 for a long time.
Quite a while.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. My overall comment on this goes to 2 meetings ago when I don't know where we are on this, but requested that we do a develop an RFQ to look at our IT department. And until that's done, I'm not willing to vote for any increases to that department. I need to see if whether it's better to contract, which some counties are doing, whether it's better to hire more. That's one of the reasons I had that on the agenda. And it'll be on Monday's agenda again to discuss. And at that point, to me, we can figure out what to do with IT.
Well, because of that meeting and that you brought all that up, I've talked to many of the departments, not all of them, but a good many. And I think it needs to be looked at. I'm glad you're putting it on next Monday's agenda. And I feel the same way.
Is this going to be an agenda item or a workshop?
I want
It's a big item.
Right.
Well, no, it's supposed to be the request in end of May was for a RFQ to be developed to do a review of our IT needs overall. And I want to find out where that is because I'm not moving forward on anything in IT until we get a review. It's that simple. Because I'm not, maybe I voted, but I want that done. And there seems to be some reluctance to do it, and that's fine. But I'm not going to go. I'm not moving forward on IT stuff until I have a study performed.
But you can say that about any one of the departments. We heard from county clerk. We heard from Ashley Bannard on all of her stuff is increasing, so we could do a consultant on every one of them, you know?
I
But
requested,
I think we all know that IT demands are increasing, just by virtue of each individual here knows we use information technology more and more, and rely on it more and more.
You know, a study may say that we need 2 more, I don't know. But talking to department heads and what have you, there's, you know, I think they feel like we're lagging behind. And so we need to see where we're at, I think, from somebody look in from the outside.
But they can say that about any department.
but I brought this up over a month ago,
I know.
and nothing's happened. That's my problem.
Well, what do you want to happen?
I want an RFQ that you said you were gonna prepare, Commissioner, to hire a consultant to review our department.
Well, here's what we found out.
No, you
that-
said we don't need it. I say we do.
No, what you wanted was somebody that can look at it that doesn't have anything to sell to us, and that animal doesn't really exist. So we already have a contract with RX, who has in the past looked at things we've asked them to look at. It was primarily security originally. We can ask them the same questions again. We already are paying these people. And I don't know that we need to go, anybody that you hire to do an analysis like this, you're either gonna pay them out of pocket or they're gonna have something to sell, or maybe both. So we already have somebody. My suggestion is that we just ask them to analyze something that they haven't analyzed in the past, since we already have a contract.
I'm good with
Y'all
that.
okay with
It's
that?
RX technology.
Yeah.
We can proceed with that.
I would like that.
Why don't we figure out what we want them to analyze?
Well, I apologize, I hadn't brought it back up, but we did look at it, and that's what we came up with between Bruce and I. And so if you want to fill in any gaps there, Bruce.
You hit it right on the head.
I'm good with that. I don't care who we use, because
And I've got a list of things that, from a structural standpoint, that probably we need to address.
and I think we need to, we can have.
And that's
that-
good, I'm good with that, but what I thought I heard you saying before was that we needed something that I knew, or I don't think we need, but we'll see. But you can't have somebody come in and analyze it who has no skin in the game. All of them are gonna wanna sell you something.
Right, I'm fine with RX. I mean, I want to know as to why some counties use the cloud while we don't.
Sure.
Is there a way that we can use the cloud partially for some departments? I mean, this issue is causing a department countywide.
Well-
The sheriff has issues that's come talk to me, the county attorney's had issues, virtually every department has IT issues that have talked to me, and I think we need to figure out how to solve some of them.
So
And
did
some
the
of them are
Colonial
unique.
Pipeline, and so did the pork producing companies. You can't have single fail points, and that's all I'm trying to guard against.
Right, but my emails are public record. Why can't they be in the cloud?
That's fine.
That's-
Some of it-
And we don't need to get into discussion, but those are the questions I have. So 99% of what we do is public record.
True.
So, you know, I don't see why it can't be housed somewhere that doesn't have to be, you know, iron vault, like we do everything right now. Anything we do with the state, it's already in the cloud. There are certain things when it comes to our financial side, I agree with you 100%, and I'm thankful we have people like Bruce that are really that strict on access into it, because we don't need to be hacked on our financial side.
Right.
But all of our public information, I just don't see
I agree
the
with
big
that.
deal.
That's a good idea.
Well,
But
you
we need to figure out how to implement that.
Right.
First, ask them what are our weaknesses, what are our strengths,
And
how
each
can we
department
implement this?
is unique, has, you know, problems.
I want to hear from the department heads too, what their issues are with IT.
I've gone around talking to them.
I know, but we haven't.
I have.
Well, I have.
I don't know if the IT liaison has, or heard from.
Well, I would suggest
I've
knocking
heard
on the
all of them.
door.
The reason they're talking to them is because they don't like my answer. So.
No, I win. I solicited them. They didn't come to me.
Okay, but I've had a lot of that. You go back and you explain to somebody, here's why it happens this way, and they don't like the answer, so when, we had a rule at my house, if you ask mama and mama says no, you better not ask daddy or you're in trouble. But that doesn't apply at the courthouse. So,
I've talked to 3 of you, and it's not because mom and dad said one answer or another. And Bruce and I have talked about this over and over. This is no surprise to Bruce about our needs and storage space, and so that's. I mean,
well,
this is
you're
something
in
that-
criminal, and that's completely different too, because that's a different whole nother matter.
So if anybody has any questions about that, I know that I've talked to at least 3 of you, maybe, I don't know, about just our issues with storage and the time that it takes my employees and the hours that they spend, making sure that we have enough space, and it's not,
It's a constant
this
battle.
is no surprise to Bruce or his folks. We go round and round and we try to do the best we can, and I know they try to do the best they can, but I'm glad to visit with you if you'd like. I say that because Jonathan said the county attorney, and we talk about it, so.
I think it's a big thing. Back to Commissioner Latt's point, bring in a consultant. That consultant better really be qualified to do it. Because, you know, I don't think we'll listen to somebody that's doesn't have the capability to assess the thing from A to Z. And it's a very complex thing, from finances to public information to legal, to all that kind of stuff. So it better be somebody who's really good.
If we just get the RX guys to do another review, that's well within your
That's
budget.
security. That's security.
It's partially security, but
It's
they
security,
do
but
everything from
they've
top
only
to
done,
bottom.
Tom, what we've asked them to do in the past.
I
We can
understand.
ask them to expand.
So back
Look at our whole
Commissioner Letts,
system.
Look at the whole system.
What's the requirements of the RFQ?
What's the benefits with the cloud? What are the drawbacks? All that.
So let's
Well,
write
and-
up what the scope is.
Complete technology, you know, what the tax office needs, what they need.
Write up what the scope is. Write up what the scope is. Write up what the scope is. That's it.
Good.
I've been conspicuously silent.
Yes, notice that.
And-
Until now.
Well, all I'm going to share with you is a lot of the dust up that we've had with the public defender's office of trying to get things worked out is we're working with 5 counties. Our district courts work with 2 counties, and once you leave this courthouse and we try to do business with one another, it's all IT driven.
Sure.
I mean, and Bruce and I have discussed again, trying to get some of this stuff worked out. There are just too many issues for us not to pay attention to what our choices are. And we have a good IT department, a good IT director, and what I would like, I support what you're trying to do because I don't know the answers. And Bruce will tell you that I'm getting better about asking the questions. My questions are a little bit smarter, but I still don't have the answers. And IT is a critical issue for this county going forward. And I have no doubt that you need an extra employee. I didn't say anything about that. If you want to hold that hostage, that's fine. But we need to make progress on IT.
Yeah.
And I'm 110% behind it.
Continuous progress.
Yes.
Because it's going to be more and more important, as we all know.
I was told last week that we can't communicate with the 5 counties if we don't have some sort of cloud communication. That's
For
what I was told.
records. Yeah,
Huh?
for records.
Or just
All kinds of
communication.
stuff.
Well, you can
I
email.
got a babysitter. She knows we have to use the cloud to do this stuff.
That would be very helpful, I agree.
So it's just an issue whose day has come, and I'm not ready to kick that can down the road yet.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So thanks.
Next up is going to be the maintenance department. We have Shane here. If you'd like to ask any questions about that.
I bet you're going to tell me we're opening up 550 Earl Garrett. We've got more campuses. We're going to have another employee, right?
Yes.
Okay. I understand. I'm with you.
Next item.
I don't disagree on that.
I'm just trying to cut to the chase. It's clear as the nose on the end of my face that we're going to have to do something in
But
maintenance.
Shane, I do have a question for you. Where are we on the contract custodians? I mean, how will that interface with this, or will it expand, or what's your plan?
Well, my plan with that is that if we have that extra employee, the custodian, I will be able to have that custodian come in early on the days we need that service, and start in those 2 or one of those 2 offices. And eventually, my goal would be to eliminate that contract, because we can get in there and clean these offices before the county clerk or the tax office opens up for business. And that way, on top of that, I'd have more control over any complaints that we have. Right now, I don't have that control. I mean, I call and say I have a problem. It lines itself out for a little bit, then it goes back to what it's,
Okay, Shane, so what I'm hearing, if we get this new employee, we should be able to phase them out shortly.
yes, sir. That's my goal, to do that. Yes.
All right,
Anything else for Shane?
Nope.
Thank you. Next one's what?
Tax office?
Tax office.
Good morning, gentlemen. I trust you have a copy of the letter which I sent to Judge Kelly. As you had asked previously, Commissioner Mosier, about numbers, the state of Texas allocates workstations in our office based on how many transactions we do annually. And since fiscal year 2018-2019, the state of Texas has allocated us 10 workstations. However, we don't have that many employees, and I'm respectfully requesting to add one. We average 5,958 motor vehicle transactions a month.
A month?
A month. 5,958. It's almost 72,000 a year. This includes online renewals, which we have to review every online renewal. Includes registrations by mail, in person, as well as the web dealer method that the larger dealerships here in Kerrville and most of the out-of-town dealerships utilize. That takes one person. She's the bookkeeper, and then when she is not doing the bookkeeping work, she does the web dealer, and that takes one person's duties. If you've been here anytime the first week of a month or the last week of a month, you will see the line out too often the kiosk for the deputy. We have cross-trained, but unfortunately with elections coming up, I'm not going to have that luxury to use the cross-trained election clerks during the upcoming fiscal. My chief, she is having to take over more of the motor vehicle supervising capabilities because my supervisors are needing to get on the line. I feel by adding one employee, which the state has already allocated the equipment, they say we need one more. Yes, I understand the state's opinion on many things in $1 used to buy you a cup of coffee. I'm not sure if it'll do that now, the dollar. But they believe that we need the manpower, the person power in there.
So you're one person short of what the state has allocated in positions?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Any other questions?
Bob, it's 6,000 vehicle transactions per month. Has that increased over the last couple of years?
It should have increased, but due to the COVID, we were about 2,800 down because not having to renew.
But just forget that here.
Yeah. So it has gone up slightly.
Okay.
But to answer the question on the COVID, April 16th, when they lifted it, year to year, we were about 2,800 transactions down because they chose not to renew it. You add those penalties now, we've cut that number in half.
Okay.
And that's another reason we're seeing the lines back up.
Yeah. Okay.
Bob, when was the last time you had a new employee in your office?
I have not asked for one in my tenure. The last time was 2016-17 fiscal.
And what was that person for? What part of your office?
That one was a motor vehicle clerk in order to send one additional person to Ingram. For a while, they were only operating with just one person at Ingram. The workload was too excessive then. We had to add one, and my predecessor did, but that was in the 16, 17. If you're at Ingram, you work motor and property tax regardless. That's why I have everybody crossed.
Okay.
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 Do we
Thank you,
have
Bob.
time for this last one?
Yes, let's run it.
Last one up is environmental health deputy constable.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So this one, I'll try to make it brief, was come about. It's kind of been something I've wanted to talk to you guys about since I took over the department in September of 2017. This isn't really an increase in any particular illegal dumping or solid waste. It's just been a decrease in productivity over the past 4 years. This has nothing to do with the job that our current deputy is doing. But I know that whenever I took over the department, we had the idea that I would be a working director, be out there more. I am out there a lot, but animal control itself takes a lot of time that I'm just not able to help with the solid waste stuff as much. So what I'm really getting at here is the deputy that's currently doing this, he'd still be there. He'd still be doing the same thing. He's keeping up with everything as it comes, but our proactive cases have largely dropped. I mean, they're way down. You just can't get as much done with one deputy as you could with two. Anytime something happens at animal control that requires the attention of the deputy or myself, solid waste side of the department just stops. There's nothing we can do. If he's on vacation and I'm in the middle of something and we get a complaint call, I do my best to drop everything I'm doing and go and handle it. But sometimes I can't. So having a second deputy would be a very beneficial thing for the county. It's been difficult over the past 4 years to see so much concentration on the animal control side and see so little on the solid waste division. It's a passion of mine that I came in here that I was doing before I took over the department, and I just feel like it could go a long way in improving. Has been kind of hard to see over the years, but this was something I was going to talk about last year. But we all know what happened last year, so I wanted to come here. This is also something you're going to see in the letter too. I have talked to the sheriff about it. I've talked to Constable Schneider about it. If this is approved, Constable Schneider was good with the position and holding the commission as long as he could field train in some way, shape, or form with the sheriff's department, which I think is a complete benefit to everybody. It's basically an added deputy to be out there on the streets serving the county with experience and doing what these guys do on a daily basis. You never know when you're going to be the first one to a complaint call. You might be the closest one. You never know what you're going to deal with. So it's only a benefit to do that. The sheriff has agreed. We just haven't worked out the details if this position was approved. So
this is different than what Ashley.
Yes, this is
solid waste.
Yeah, right. Solid waste versus environmental.
Yeah, they're the OSSF. This is solid waste. So. Plus that, now Sean, well, I'm not supposed to be the deputy that we have assists them as well. So he gets spread pretty thin through OSSF, animal control, and solid waste. We've just had a major hit on proactive. I was always real big on proactive stuff. I like starting a lot of proactive cases whenever that's what I was doing. And at no fault of his, he just can't. He just doesn't have the time. He does a lot, but we're at, I believe, 70-something solid waste cases for this year. And there was a time when myself and another deputy were in there where we hit 500 for the year. And we could see Kirk County be a lot cleaner.
I think that when we originally promoted Reagan, he was going to do both. We had visions of it working. But I think animal control has become all-consuming, and I think we're all aware of that. So, my only question is, I think the need is there. Could the need be met with a part-time person, would be my question.
I would have to talk, I mean, no, probably not. I don't, it's, I mean, it's really a constant need, because you never know what's gonna be happening. You know, somebody gets sick, or I'm out. There may be, we've had a couple times, previously, before I was in charge, we always arranged it where if somebody was on vacation, I was there. If I was on vacation, someone else was there. Now, if we both have something come up, we've had people get agitated with us because we just couldn't respond, simply could not respond to the complaint. And it gets put off for a day or two until someone can get there. I don't like doing that, but we've had to sometimes. I don't think a part-time position on this would be adequate, but I mean, it's definitely something to look at, but I don't think that it would be. I think we need a full-time person.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like the kind of thing that's part-time, it's not conducive.
Yeah.
You gotta be on
It's a little
call.
different deal.
Okay, it is 11 o'clock. Let's take a very, very, very brief break, and we're going to reconvene for the workshop for the APO. This is it's still Monday, June 21st, long morning already. And this is a workshop for the aggregate production operations, and we have with us our consultant, Jill Shackelford, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
If I may, just real briefly, Jill came on board like June the 1st, okay? Recognizing that there's a lot of activity in the county, in particular in Precinct 2, with aggregate production operations. Got 3 major quarries that are operating. There's a potential for more quarries. There's been a lot of TCQ permits that have been requested, a lot of issues with neighbors related to a bunch of things. We've had Texas for Responsible Aggregate Mining come in here and speak to us about what they're doing. This last legislative session, there was some legislation passed on best management practices for quarries. I think most of the quarry operators around here are aware of that. We'll let Jill talk about what those things are. But anyway, the purpose of this is to be an interim for Jill's activity and what she's done interacting with most all the quarry operators in the area. And I'll include Ingram Ready Mix, which will be talked about a little bit in detail here today too, of proposing to move their location in Kirk County from one spot to another. And I think there's been a lot of interactions with neighbors. So some progress has been made. I think additional progress needs to be made. But the purpose in all of this is to have a balance between the aggregate production operators and the community. And I think we can see some progress. So Jill is here to give us an interim report on that and how we may go forward. So, Jill.
Well, thank you, Commissioner and Judge, for having me. I'm going to run through this PowerPoint because I think it will make it a lot more exciting. And I just want to give you an update on what I've learned since we began this adventure early June. It's been really helpful and a lot of great people in the community that I've met. I think I have some operators here today. I know Earl Ingram is here with Ingram Ready Mix, and then Mark Marietta, McHale, plant manager, is here. Wheatcraft, is Wheatcraft here? Yeah. Joe's here from Wheatcraft. I appreciate your attendance today. And so just for future reference, when we open this up for Q&A, we do have some of the APO operators here. So we're fortunate to have that.
TCQ, right?
And my friend Burl Thatcher from TCQ is going to present here in a little bit, and I'll introduce her as well. It's a huge honor to have her here today. So I just want to start off telling you a little bit about me and my story, because it's going to help understand, I think, to everyone why I do this. And so today we're just here to talk about establishing open and transparent communication. You can flip these for me. So a little bit about me and my background. I had a large mining operation in Buda, Texas, which I developed from a cattle ranch, and I managed it and sold it. I do expert witness and mining consulting. I do a lot of public relations and community engagement, which is my task here. I introduced some technology from Europe out in the Buda area when we had a real need to conserve groundwater, which I'll talk about that here in a little bit. I was up for the finalist of TCQ Environmental Excellence Awards with my rock quarry, so I learned a lot going through that process and a few other awards. I'm part of the National Sandstone and Gravel Association on community engagement and on market analysis, so I do a lot looking at the market we'll talk about today. And then I was recently a panel member with Representative Terry Wilson in TRAM and a few others in the Marble Falls area on the same topic, APOs. It's been a very hot topic the last probably 2 years. That's me, that's my quarry. Go ahead and skip because I don't think we have sound, right? Okay. Can you push that? It'll play with no sound. So this is my quarry. And you can see that I was blasting. This should be a live, if it'll run, video of a blast. It's not running, that's okay. Anyway, I was blasting and mining limestone next to a fairly affluent neighborhood, $500,000 to $1 million homes, and literally my cattle ranch bordered their entrance to their neighborhood. I was trying to show you a live blast to give you kind of a perspective of how big of a deal, my blasting was next to this neighborhood and the techniques we had to minimize our presence in the area. So with that being said, we had organized opposition to my operation, and I had to identify my stakeholders in the community. And it would include people just like everyone in this room. Other operators, my operation, neighborhoods, chamber, community leaders, and I will tell you that the war was on. It was organized, extremely controversial opposition, and I was taken aback from that because I thought I had 450 acres of land and I was only mining on about 150, so I had a large buffer. And I really didn't realize the impact of people like you in this room at the time. I was still operating under that mentality of it's my permit. I started out under a temporary permit, much like everyone does. And I applied for a bigger permit, and I thought I had all the rights and responsibilities to get those permits, which I did, but I didn't, in my opinion, now handle that the right way. So I'll be talking about some of that today. So given my background, my relationship, I do this a lot. I work for other cities in the state and operators or neighborhoods or whoever's, being impacted. I was tasked by Kirk County to facilitate communication between the stakeholders in the industry, being the APO operators or the concrete batch plants or whoever it might be, to identify best management practices that are available. Maybe they're required, maybe they're not. What's particular to the area and what can we do to identify and establish a community advisory council. And I say community advisory council because you have multiple operators, and I did too, but I created a quarry advisory council for my quarry and my stakeholders. This is more of a community initiative, and I think that'll be better fit for this area. So Lauren, talk a little bit about where we are. Kirk County in Texas in general, we're seeing a major increase in sand and gravel operations, just compared to first quarter 2020, 72.5 million metric tons. Just for Texas, Arizona, Utah, and Washington, that was the increase. And the bulk of the increase was in this area. And Texas in particular is hot. As you know, the development and the deposits where they are. So, my point is, I don't believe these operators are going away, and I don't think they should. And so I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. This is a map of all the operators in Texas. So you've got 239 crushed stone facilities and 261 sand and gravel facilities, and that says the latest census.
Bruce, can you increase the image of that?
So Texas is a big market.
I think if you hit that play
For
button,
raw
that's what I was
materials.
noticing.
Okay.
That's actually the slideshow play.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go, thanks.
That's as big as it's gonna get.
Okay.
So you can see, and we talk about clustering, which is, 2 or more operators in the same area. If you look at it from this perspective, there's a lot of clustering going all around Texas. And the fact of the matter is the deposits are where they are. We used to be mining a lot more rural. Even my own operation outside of Buda, Texas, was pretty rural for the first 5 years of my career. And then the city in the neighborhood was super close. So these are just facts we can't dispute. So what is an APO? And I'm going to give my spin on it. Burl may talk about that here in a little bit. But, this is a new term. I can't remember how many years now, just a few. But APO became the big hot topic, aggregate production operations. And it has appeared to be a little bit deceiving because of, the legislation passed this and every operator had to register. And so we had a really skewed number at first because everybody registered at once. A lot of operators that had already been operating, a long time ago, but everybody signed up at once. And then anyone that wasn't aware they needed to signed up the next year and the next year, and it's been playing catch up. But it gave a false sense of we've got, hundreds of new quarries coming on. Well, they don't come on that fast, first of all. Most of them were already in existence and they just had to register because the permitting process, as you know, is not always quick. So we just want to give you a definition really of who needs to register. So it's quarries, sand pits, gravel pits, or other aggregate operations. Basically, if you're disturbing the land and you're mining any mineral, you need to register two things. One, as an APO operator in Texas, and two, with the Mine Safety Health Administration. In the Mine Safety Health Administration, I kind of did a cross-check on what we have in this area. So here's the APOs that are currently registered in Kerr County. You can see, and most of them are present here today. And I will say that all of them have been super cooperative in taking my phone call, and most of them didn't even know who I was at the time, and so appreciate that. So I mentioned MSHA, and so no later than 30 days after you begin disturbing the ground, whether you set off a blast, which most of the operators in this county are not blasting, but they are mining, you have to register with the Mine Safety Health Administration. And he was going to be here today, but they're still under a federal restriction of traveling due to COVID. So we can take question and answers for MSHA towards the end of this, and I can get back to you on that. But they're super helpful, and a lot of people unfortunately view the TCEQ and MSHA as an adversary, and I will say, from firsthand experience, they are here to help somebody like me do a lot better job than I could do on my own. And you should welcome their inspections, welcome their attendance at your site, because they're here to help you. And that gets real skewed a lot, but I hope we can clear that up. So when I went to see who was registered at MSHA, I found these three. This is as of Friday. And so, I would just say we want to encourage any operator that's not registered with MSHA to get registered.
We can't read that, so read us who
quickly.
they are.
Martin Marietta, Wheatcraft. Those two, Wheatcraft has 2 locations, and so they're all registered with MSHA. I know, Michaela, you said MSHA shows up every now and then, and you're familiar with the inspector in the area. And so, MSHA is really good because it's all about protecting the mining operator or the worker, and also educating the community. And this is just an example of some information that he provided with me. A lot of fatalities in our industry, unfortunately, and so we've got to be careful. Whether you're crushing and blasting or just crushing and screening, it's still mining, and there's a lot of moving parts. So this is an example of just a worker out inspecting a stockpile. I know Joe and I drove around Wheatcraft, and they got some big stockpiles, and so you just got to be careful because this stockpile collapsed, and it covered the guy in material, and it was a fatality. So this is what MSHA helps us do, is to prevent these kind of things. There's another one. That's the same one. You go ahead. Another one. Most of you will see conveyor belts at all of these sites, regardless of what they're doing. It's real easy to get your clothing hung in a conveyor, and so you just got to be, really careful. Another example of just being proactive. Trucks. We all know there's plenty of trucks on the road around these operators and around the community. This guy was out checking his brakes, and the truck slipped in gear and ran over him. So just another example of, let's really get our safety intact, and keep not only keeping the community safe, but it keeps the workers
Jill,
safe.
they're required, an operator is required to register with the MSHA?
MSHA, yes.
Okay.
Mine Safety Health Administration.
Okay, so
if there's anyone that's
in Kerr County, 2 have done that, and 1 has not. Is that what? Okay.
Correct. And my goal, my task is not to enforce or shut anybody down or do anything like that. It's just get everybody, operating the most efficiently and safely as possible.
Okay.
So. Last one was a guy was standing on top of the beam of a grizzly, and the grizzly just sorts material. It's kind of like a big screen, and he was hit by a tractor. So, just the day-to-day things that go on in this environment, they are serious, and so we got to pay attention. So what I found here is we have a vast array of stakeholders in this community. We have operators, for example, Mark Marietta, Wheatcraft, Fox Tank Company. Is Nathan here? Yeah. Thank you for coming. The residents off Wharton Road, West Texas Aggregates, Ingram Ready Mix, and then the whole airport. I call it the James Avery site because I like James Avery, and I think that's a cool thing to call it. And having to identify these, I mentioned In my own experience, I went from a position of, I don't need these stakeholders, and it's my permit, it's my land, it's my operation, and really having to realize, first of all, I had to recognize these people were not happy, but I had to realize they weren't necessarily unhappy with me, they were unhappy with my operation. And so just finding a way to engage the stakeholders where everyone can communicate and have safe transparency and communication. So these are the ones I've identified just in the couple of weeks that we've been working on this, and I know there's more, which is why we're here today. Visiting with neighbors and operators, we have the common concerns associated with APOs or any type of operation of truck traffic, dust, noise, water consumption, and then the clustering of operators, which is a new theme that a lot of people talk about because of the fact that we're not as rural as we used to be. For instance, on the Guadalupe, the sand and gravel is deposited where it is, and you might have multiple operators all up and down the river. And so how do we deal with that? And how do we communicate what we're doing?
So another, to me, a concern that's missing on those reclamation.
Yes, that's always a concern. There is no reclamation law in Texas right now. So establishing something like a community advisory council gives a good agenda item for what are you going to do with your site when you're finished and how are you going to reclaim it. So that's a great point. So I just want to kind of give a little bit of update on who I've talked to. Wheatcraft, Joe gave me a great tour. This is just a picture of one of their safety awards they won with the Mine Safety Health Administration. They've got a great operation out there. It's been been around a while. It's a family-owned company, multi-generational, which that is very common. That's what mine was too before we sold out. And I think Wheatcraft is doing a really good job. They've got a water truck running, keeping the dust down, trying to keep the dust off the road. They've been more responsive to their neighbors' comments. But Joe's struggling because that water is evaporating about as fast as he can get it. And so they need some additional water just to keep the dust down. I think they've got a really good open dialogue now with your neighbor who actually lives on the site. And so that was refreshing to see, and Joe and Wheatcraft really did communicate to me a real open door policy. And it is truly family owned. There's a little grandson out there participating and learning at a very young age. So we had fun touring that site. Martin Marietta, gosh, Mikkel took me on a great tour to both sites. What I like to do about this operation, a lot of paving has been done and their trucks stay on the asphalt when they're getting loaded. That just keeps dust down. They planted trees along their sound berm. Plus it's vegetated. They're keeping their ag lease, and I think Wheatcraft is too. Part of it's mining, commercial, part of it's ag, and that affects property taxes, which we can talk about that, Jana. They've got a nice fuel containment center, so they're not having any sloppy fueling of trucks. They've saved a bunch of trees, and their challenges, though, and this is kind of an interesting situation. We'll talk about it a little bit more. Is they're only crushing at one of their locations. So they're hauling all the raw material to the crushing location. So all those trucks are on the road every day, going from one location to another. And if they weren't doing that, we were crushing at each location, we would take a bunch of trucks off the road.
Is it 18,000 trucks a year? Is that a number that I recall? Is that
from Martin Marietta?
Yeah.
That number I don't know. It just depends. Yeah, it's going to depend on the season and the production load. But
it was a big number, though, of having to go from one site to the other. So
it is, and it was interesting because I just, I came out blind. I didn't know anything about their operation, and got educated pretty quickly with a thorough site tour. We looked at everything, and I said, "Why are you trucking all those raw materials down to that other site? Because we're not allowed to crush here." Like that's a lot of trucks on the road, and I know truck traffic is an issue. So it's just kind of it's a give and take, So food for thought on that. Let's see. I spent a lot of time down on Morton Road.
Go to that, on the Martin Marietta, and my recollection is that the reasons for air, particulate matter, and noise So can those be adequately addressed if they were allowed to crush at both sides?
Yes, and actually I'll show you a couple of BMPs here in a little while that address those specific issues, because it is tough. I mean, in my situation, I didn't have water, so I was hauling in groundwater. Well, I had 2 water trucks running in front of 2 schools and a church all day long, and that's just a lot of rounds per day. And so to get that water truck off the road, is important. So it's sort of a similar situation here, with the number of raw material trucks that could be eliminated. So I'll show you some BMPs on that I think could address it. Is Mike Russer? Mike graciously hosted me at his house for a long time, and we walked the river, and we took pictures of everything. This is one picture from the river of the West Texas Aggregate stockpile of material. I do like the fact that you don't see a bunch of dust blowing. They're doing a good job keeping the dust down at West Texas Aggregates. I also, I'll come back to Wharton Road in a second. I also spent some time at the end of the cul-de-sac by Fox Tank, and I couldn't hear West Texas Aggregates, which made me feel really good, because sometimes, we are processing rock and sand and gravel. It's not quiet. So anytime you can abate noise, that is definitely a plus. Wharton Road is interesting because it's a lot of family that lives on that road. Some investments have been made for Airbnb or weekend retreats, because it is right on the river and it's beautiful. And so my goal here is for that to be able to continue, for West Texas Aggregates to be able to continue operating like they are, and not be an eyesight sore or just a thorn. I think that they can do a good job operating. I think one of the most common complaints I get, and I'll talk about it in a minute, is the backup alarms. And so if we can transition from the traditional beeping backup alarms that are super irritating to the white noise, or the ones that quack like a duck, it is a lot less invasive. And I think that will go not just for one particular operator, any operator in this county. I think that would be helpful. I recall, I had that complaint a lot in my own quarry. And I remember I didn't live in Butte, I lived in Austin, and I woke up one morning to backup alarms and went, oh my gosh, this is what these people are hearing. And it was somebody's tractor like in the next lot over. And so it just put it in perspective for me. And so if you're near it, it's invasive. So, but we can fix that. Talking about Fox Tank a little bit more and Eager
let
Ready
me
Mix.
stop you there for a second. So the operator may not be violating laws with excessive noise at a certain level continuously, but for somebody like Mike Russ is here, who lives across from it, it's not violating the law, but it's violating his way of life. So if there's something can be done, okay, between the operator and the neighbors, then that's the objective.
And a lot of it, the white noise alarms, they used to be really expensive. They're not now, because they've become a lot more common as the community has moved closer to the rural areas all over the country. And so, this is one of those things I mentioned earlier. It's not required. It's just a voluntary best management practice, and it can be MSHA approved, because it's all about worker safety first with the noise.
Sure.
On Wharton Road, I think there's definitely a good communication channel. Mike Russ is committed to, reaching out to the operator if he has a problem. He has indicated to me he's not here to try to shut the operation down. That is not what anybody is intending, and me either. He just, would really like to have open communication and to be able to make that phone call if needed. And likewise, he wants the operator to know that he can call him at any time if there's an issue. And so just want to thank Mike for his commitment because, it's hard, but when you make the transition from we're going to stop these operators to let's work together, I think a lot more can come out of this process. I've lived it. I've been to contested case hearing on permits. I think it cost me a couple $1 million, for a 10-day hearing, and it's just the judge actually ruled against my operation, and then when I went back to the agency, they overruled the judge, and so it was just a big circle of, everyone was frustrated, and so we can really do some good just working together. with that, I had a conversation with Earl Ingram, who's a friend of mine from the industry, and I called Earl and I said, why are you relocating this plant from Kerrville to Kerr County? And he goes, well, first of all, I'm not relocating. I'm putting in a brand new plant. Okay, my bad, I didn't know that. That's really good, because you're taking a 1970s model off the market and you're putting in a brand new permit or brand new plant with enhanced controls, which means, it's been the most safe for the environment. It's been proven. And that's the TCEQ's permit. And so Nathan Fox called me and said, look, I don't have a problem with any of it. I just don't know what they're doing. Are they going to be mining? Are they just running a batch plant? And there was just a bunch of unknowns, which is the common theme I see all over the state when I'm working these situations is the operator hadn't educated the public, and the public will assume what they assumed. And so after visiting with Earl, it became apparent to me there's some real benefits, I think, from closing down an old, less environmentally sensitive plant to opening a brand new one. And then the type of permit that he'll be operating under, it's going to require the road that leads into West Texas aggregates to be paved. And I think that's going to go miles for dust abatement. That'll be really good. And so just a point I want to make is also too, the aggregates that are being sold, whether from West Texas Aggregates, Mark Marietta, any of the operators over there, people are sending trucks all day long to get those raw materials. Well, if someone like an Earl Ingram relocated to that facility that's closer to the source, we get a lot of trucks off the road. We're still going to have the mixer trucks hauling concrete, but those raw material trucks, they're going to be at the source. Which is why most of us, we want to have our own operators in our own quarry, because it's just a lot of trucks on the road. So anytime we can do that, I do feel it is a benefit to the community. So with that, I'm hoping that, we can get the utilities out there he needs, and that could be a good move. But Nathan Fox did a great job communicating to me that he is here to be a good neighbor to Ingram. He knows Ingram will be a good neighbor. Feels like everybody can coexist as long as we're all communicating, because I will tell you, people usually assume the wrong thing unless we educate them, and that's not their fault. That's just how it is. These are those backup alarms, the white noise, just a picture of them. I mean, you can get different variations. Mine quack like a duck, and that was, I think my complaint calls went from about 100 a day to 1 or 2 when we implemented those backup alarms, so it made a big difference. And I worked with Hayes County out there to get that done. So.
Isn't the duck just as annoying? No, maybe not. Maybe not just as annoying, but I would think a quacky duck.
It's not as piercing as that beeper, So,
it's an improvement.
Yeah, I think it is. Okay. And it seemed to help my stakeholders for sure, So.
And just out of curiosity, a white noise is just a combination of a bunch of different sounds?
The ones that we used, it really quacked like a duck. Honestly.
But the white noise.
White noise is just an alternative to the beeper.
But is it just a combination of a bunch of different frequencies? Is that what white noise is?
Yeah, or a different level. Yeah, different level. And MSHA, you have to do a little noise thing, because it's got to be, your operator has to hear his, but like you can get them where they beep in the cab, and they also beep in the perimeter of the equipment. And so it's just an alternative for neighbors hearing the irritating backup alarm. So they are MSHA approved, and every site's different. So some of the BMPs we're talking about, paved roads, is just huge for dust abatement.
BMP, best management practice.
Yeah, best management practice. Some of them required, like the batch plant with enhanced controls. Some of them are voluntarily implemented, and it's just going to be kind of operator discretion, or what we can work to achieve, as a group to implement these. So that's the paved road, preservation of native plants and trees. I saw a lot of that at these operators' sites. They're trying to keep the large oaks, just kind of keep the aesthetics. This is my operation. I'm just using it as an example, but that's important. If you can save a 100-year-old tree, let's try to save it if we can. It also helps with noise. I wanted to show you all a picture of this. This is my plant, but the covered conveyors is a big deal. Some permits require them, some don't. They're not expensive, and it really helps with noise and dust. And so if you can see, all the tube-like arms there, those are all covered conveyors.
Is that an easy retrofit?
It is. If I can do it, surely anybody can do it.
Plastic or metal? Or
Either.
either?
Most people use aluminum. Yeah. So there was a little bit of a legislative update this year. I know there was an APO interim committee that was created by Representative Wilson. And they had a couple bills up and just a lot of talk on APOs. And I mentioned
Andy Murray was part of that, correct?
Yeah,
Right.
I believe so, yes. The aggregate production operations, there seems to be, and there's not in this area, but a lot of cut stone operators that are just making the small cut stone blocks. They use a big saw and it's super dusty. Well, they have to be registered as an APO as well. And there's been a lot of controversy in Williamson County around those. And so the interim committee was created, and then there was a rider on Senate Bill 1 that passed that's going to implement and make accessible TCEQ's website for best management practices, and just kind of broadcast it more than it has been. I think that was a really good move in the right direction. I don't know really how it's going to come to fruition yet, but they're going to be establishing a board to kind of work with the TCEQ and see if we can get that message out.
So it's not an enforcement or regulation to be enforced as far enhanced communication from TCEQ, is that?
That's my understanding, yes. And then they're gonna do aerial observations at least twice a year, to make sure that these BMPs are being implemented. So that's,
two aerial
pretty good.
inspections of every site?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
This is just the rider that came out of the bill that will be signed September 1st, and, we'll go from there.
Okay.
Again, best management practices are talked about a lot these days, but we are seeing a lot of operators implement them, especially if they can get an environment like this where they're working with their neighbors and they can listen to people like Francis and Jana that have good input. They're not here to shut an operator down. Maybe they thought that in the past, but they've realized, just like I did, it's never too late. We can work together. My situation was really extreme compared to this. There was legislation written against my company. I had to organize people picketing, and it was just a super organized controversy. But I understand, their concerns and what they were seeing from the face of my operation, and how I really hadn't educated them enough on what I wasn't doing versus even what I was. And so I think that, one of the really tangible assets that comes out of this is just seeing the time and commitment from the neighbors that are here, plus the operators, and then just working together as humans, and getting out of the big corporation. Martin Marietta's done a good job of that. Martin Marietta is giant, but they still feel, one-on-one. You can get that open door policy, which is good. So I appreciate that. So at this point, I want to turn it over to Burl Thatcher, who's Assistant Director of the Air Permitting of Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Followed Burl for years, have been super impressed with her commitment to the agency and to the community. I've done field trips where Burl and her team came out, and it's just a great experience. It's not what everybody perceives as agency. It's someone extremely professional and expertise in her area. And so when I asked her if she could come today, I really appreciate the fact that her time allowed. So I will turn over to Burl now, and then we can do a Q&A, or however y'all want to finish up.
Go ahead, change machines.
Teach you, man.
Need one more guy to do that.
That it?
Yes, the Kirk County.
myself too in case you didn't. Thank you, Jill. So I'm Burl Thatcher. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director of the Air Permits Division of the TCQ. Sorry, I didn't mean to
okay,
to you.
that's all right.
They'd rather look at you.
Yeah. Is she still on screen?
Can you still see me?
No.
No.
Yeah, you're not in my way.
Okay.
Yeah. Is she on the YouTube? Does she need to move over?
Comes this way a little bit.
This way?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have
I
to.
tend to walk around and use my hands too, so if I get out, just let me know.
Harley has one of those little faces for radio anyway, so.
Well, thanks for having me. Like Jill said, she called me a few weeks ago and let me know what y'all were going to be doing today, and thought it would be helpful to kind of go over the aspects from the regulatory side of the TCEQ. So a couple of things I'm going to cover are the different authorizations, public participation, and then just any Q&A. The first thing I want to cover is really what the definition of an APO is. So I'll back up a little bit. I've been at the agency for almost 20 years in air permitting. Most of that time, I was the manager of the mechanical coding section for 3 years, which is when I really got inducted, I guess, into the aggregate world with rock crushers, concrete batch plants, hot mix asphalt plants, and that sort of thing. And it really has become a hot topic probably in the last 5 years is what I would say. And a lot of times what you hear is APOs, 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 but at the agency there's a difference between what an APO is and what we do in air permitting. So I really wanted to cover that first. So an aggregate production operation is actually defined as aggregates being removed or extracted from the ground. So Jill did touch on that a little bit, that is what an APO is. It's really the removing of something from the ground, whatever that may be. APOs are regulated by the Texas Water Code, and that was put in there back during the 83rd session. It was like in 2011 or 2013. I can't remember what session exactly. Is when this surveying came in where they were required to actually come in and register. So like Jill said, it seemed like we were inundated with a bunch of crushers or quarries at the exact same time, but in reality, they were just doing what the law required them to do, which was register themselves. They had to fill out a survey saying where they were, how much they were extracting, and that sort of thing. So those are regulated under the Texas Water Code. They're required to register annually, so it wasn't just a one-time thing. It was also, you initially registered, and you basically have to kind of renew your registration, just like our cars. We have to renew every year. It's no different for an APO. And that's done through our Office of Registration, our registration division. So that's completely separate from air permits. So when you're thinking APOs, that's going to be your quarries. That's actually going to be the hole in the ground where stuff's coming out. That's the APO as defined by the TCEQ. Now I know, again, when you go downtown at the Capitol, every place calls APOs. It's kind of just that all-encompassing umbrella of aggregate. But at the TCEQ, it's defined differently. You can go to the next one. So rock crushers and concrete batch plants, those are facilities, and I say facilities in quotations, that may be located at an APO. So in air permits, for air permitting, we actually are in the Texas Clean Air Act, and facilities are defined as sources which may emit air contaminants. So like a rock crusher or concrete batch plant, they're regulated under that Clean Air Act, and they must obtain an air authorization for that facility. So you could have a quarry that has no rock crusher on it, or concrete batch plant. It could just be the actual blasting and extracting of rock out of the ground. That is not regulated by air permits. We don't give an air permit to a quarry. It's actually the definition of facility in statute. It excludes mines and quarries. So when you look at a definition of a facility, it does not include a quarry. So that's important to remember. So this is a picture of an actual quarry APO operation. And all those things, an MSW, municipal solid waste, there's air, there's petroleum storage tanks, used oil, public water system, water rights. These are all different authorizations that you may be required at an APO from the TCEQ. So that APO, the whole thing itself would actually be registered as an APO, but they may need an air permit for that rock crusher. They may need an authorization for that petroleum storage tank where they're holding their fuel that they use for their equipment. They may have, maybe over an Edwards aquifer, so they may have to have some other authorization for that. They may have some waste that they're storing on the back of the site. They may need a waste permit for that. So it's possible they can need multiple permits from multiple parts of the agency of the TCEQ at that APO. So that's just it's a good illustration of a lot of stuff can go on there at the APO, but it's not just air related. So as far as air authorizations for the typical things you're going to see as far as facilities in an APO are going to be rock crushers and concrete batch plants. So there's a variety of authorization types they can get. So for a rock crusher, we actually have 2 standard permits, one if it's temporary and then one if it's permanent. And those are 2 different types of authorizations with different requirements, and I'll cover those in a minute. And same with concrete batch plants. We have we call it the regular concrete batch plant standard permit, and it was the very first standard permit that we did. Back in 2000 was the first one. Then there's the second one, which is the concrete batch plant with enhanced controls. That one actually came out in 2004, and that was due to actual legislation. So that enhanced control standard permit and the requirements in it is pulled straight out of statute. So that's actually in Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 382, and that was put in 2004, and we pretty much verbatim took that and put it into that standard permit. So again, I'm going to cover those requirements a little bit, but if for some reason somebody didn't want to get the standard permit, they didn't meet the requirements of the standard permit, or they simply wanted to go a lot bigger, they could get a case-by-case permit is what we call that, and that would be site-specific. I'm not going to cover those today. I just wanted to put that out there because I know there are, I think Martin Marietta has a case-by-case permit. Somebody in here has a case-by-case permit. I don't remember who it is. So our standard permits, when they get developed, we actually do them for the most common operations. We're not looking for the super small one or the super big one. We can't fit everybody into one box, but we try to fit the most common operations into that box and kind of give that authorization capability to, I'm not going to say the masses, but that would fit most people of how they operate. So when we do these, we actually do a protectiveness review, and that's based on modeling that's very conservative, and it would be applicable for any location in Texas. So when we develop these standard permits, we actually look like for a rock crusher, for example, what's your typical operation? What's the typical amount of tons per hour that's going to be produced and crushed? How many crushers do you have? Do you have one primary and one secondary? How many conveyors is a typical operation going to have? We're looking at typical operations. We take those, we put them in our model, and see, okay, how far away from the property line is it still protected? At what point, if they're operating for this long, is it not protective anymore at the property line, and basically anywhere in Texas? So we take that modeling criteria, and that's how we develop our technical requirements of the standard permit. So we kind of take those different ones, and we may have looked at 250, and we're like, nope, that doesn't work. It's not going to be protected at the property line at a reasonable distance. So, okay, well, let's try 225. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's try again. Oh, okay, 200, that's our cutoff. So we'll take all of that, and that's how we get those technical requirements as far as the throughput, the distance from the property line, how many crushers you can have, your hours of operation, those sort of things are all determined based on that protectiveness review that we conducted. And facilities that operate in compliance with those technical requirements, they should be protective of human health and the environment. Again, because it would be at the property line. It shouldn't be affecting anybody past their property line because we evaluate it at the property line. When we do develop these standard permits, and again, these standard permits are developed, like I said, the concrete batch plant one is the very first one we ever did in 2000. We've done amendments to it since then. The rock crusher one, I think, was 2008. When we did develop those, there is an opportunity for public participation. We do have, we publish it in our Texas Register. We publish it in the 3 major metropolitan areas in the newspapers. There's the draft permit. You can actually review it, submit public comments. We actually have a public meeting that explains what we're doing in the standard permit. There's a small time frame for Q&A, and we also accept comments during that time. And then whenever we do final issuance, we actually respond to all those comments that we receive, both at the public meeting and in writing, and those are part of that final issuance package. Still available today. You can go see any comment that was submitted back in 2000 for the original standard permit for concrete batch plans, the rock crusher in 2008. And those are part of our final issuance package. So we do take into consideration the comments that are received. Sometimes it's from the public, a lot of times it's from operators. It could be from like advisory groups, it could be from organizations, associations, because a lot of times we'll put requirements in there and it may not have been feasible. You know, it may be like, this really doesn't work in real life. What if you do it this way? We'll go back and evaluate that and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Let's make that change. So we'll take all those comments into consideration in that standard permit development. You see that okay? So the rock crusher standard permits, there are 3 rock crusher standard permits. We have 2 temporaries and 1 permanent. And here's just a little table with the differences between the 3. So the first 2 columns are Tier 1 and Tier 2 temporary. As you can see, it's a different in production limits, difference in the distance from the property line. The biggest one's probably the hours of operation, as far as how long you can actually be at the site between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. Also the approval, those actually do not go through TCEQ in Austin. Those are actually done in our regional offices. So for the Tier 1, they need to notify the regional office 10 days prior to moving to that site. For the Tier 2, they actually have to get written approval from the regional office. And I think usually it's about, they have to have it within 30 days of moving there. They can't move there until they get that written approval. The permanent one, which is one that goes through my shop, that one has the limit of 200 tons per hour. The property line's 250. The crusher has to be 440 yards from the residence school or place of worship. And one thing I'll say about that is the only thing in statute that has any distance limitations on crushers is going to be a concrete crusher, not a rock crusher. So anything that you look at in the Texas Health and Safety Code, it's going to be referring to concrete crushers when it comes to a distance limitation. But we decided that we would apply that to rock crushers because the rock crusher standard permit is for rock and concrete crushers. So because the concrete crusher would have to be 440 feet, or 440 yards, we decided when we developed that standard permit that all crushers had to do it. Whether you're a rock or concrete crusher, if you're going to get this permanent rock crusher standard permit, rock crusher, concrete, you have to be 440 yards away from the residence. And then that one has the 2,640 hours and any rolling 12-month period is that limitation. That is reviewed and approved by the Air Permits Division at the TCEQ. So the concrete batch plant standard permits, we have 2. One is the original, is what I call it. And then the other one's the enhanced controls, and Jill touched on that briefly. They both have the same production limits, the 300 cubic yards per hour. They have 2 different distance limitations. Both of them, the bag house from the stack is 100 feet from the property line, but the buffer for all the other equipment, so all the stationary equipment, the stockpiles, any vehicles, that's 50 for the regular, the original, and 100 with enhanced controls. So basically that means that all the stockpiles have to be 100 feet from the property line. The vehicles have to be driving the roads for those have to be 100 feet from the property line. Other restrictions for the original, the paved roads only required for permanent plants. The original concrete batch plant, it applies to temporary, permanent, specialty plants. Those are all in that first column of that first concrete batch plant. But permanent plants are the only ones who have to pave their roads. We wouldn't require that for a temporary. Both of them have to control their dust emissions through watering or dust suppressants. For the other one, the first one, if you can't meet those buffer distances, there's other dust suppressing fences and borders that would be required. For the enhanced control, you really wouldn't have those usually for a temporary because you are required to pave all of your roads, all of your parking lots, and all of your vehicle areas. So it's not just the entrance road and the road going in. It's going to be wherever you park your vehicles for the night, that has to be paved. Any place that they're driving, those are going to have to be paved. So that, of course, is going to control your dust a lot more. The other one with this one is if the area is not subject to zoning, then the bag house has to be 440 yards away from a residence, a school, or a place of worship. And again, that's also in statute. All of those requirements are in statute. So there's a variety of public participation for because it's 5 standard permits. when people apply for them. So again, this is not during that standard permit development process I described at the beginning. This is for each individual registration. So for the concrete batch plant standard permit, that one has notice. There is a possibility for a public meeting if one's requested and there's enough significant interest, or if we get a request from a representative or a senator, then we would definitely have a meeting. There is a contested case hearing opportunity. The final decision is made by the executive director if it's not contested, and then the commission if it is contested. The enhanced control standard permit, it does have public notice as well. Part of the requirement on that is a mandatory public hearing. And I listed this as public meeting. It's a public meeting. The verbiage, I guess, in statute is different. So we had to use that verbiage, but it's a mandatory public hearing. So basically, if you apply for the enhanced control standard permit, we are required by law to have that public hearing. We set that public hearing up. The company sets that up near the location, in the city, the county. We travel to the TCEQ travel, so the permit reviewer, usually somebody from our regional office, our attorney, travel, and we publish that in the notice. It's required, and if nobody shows up, nobody shows up. But we're still required to do it. So it doesn't matter if we got any comments, if we got any meeting requests, we're required by law to go have that meeting. And I will say probably 85% of the time nobody shows up to those, but it's mandatory, we have to go. It depends on the location. You know, obviously there are certain areas of the state that are more keen to some of what's going on, but I mean you might have one in the middle of West Texas where there's nothing and nobody will show up, but we're still required to go. That decision by statute, or there's no opportunity for contested case hearing for that as well. The final decision is required within 35 days after the public hearing. So we are required by law, the executive director, to make a final decision on that permit by then. The temporary rock and concrete crusher standard permit, so that's going to be that tier 1 and tier 2 that I was describing. There is no public notice, there's no public meeting, and there's no contested case hearing opportunity for those. Like I said, the final decision is going to just be notifying the region or a written letter from the regional office. The permanent rock and concrete crusher standard permit, that does require public notice in the 30-day comment period. An informational meeting is possible. So similar to the very first one, the concrete batch plant standard permit, it would be if it's requested and there's enough significant interest, or if we had an elected official asking for one, we would have one. The difference between the two, and I should mention this, under the concrete batch plant standard permit public meeting, we have a small Q&A session, probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes, for you to basically come up, ask your question of either the applicant or the TCEQ, and we would try to answer your question. And then we have a portion where we take oral public comment where we don't respond. We'll respond in writing. The informational meeting is strictly Q&A. There is no opportunity for on-the-record comments. It's strictly Q&A. A lot of times we'll get people who want to give comments, and then we'll suggest that you just put those in writing, either at the meeting or submit them online later that evening. But that's a strictly Q&A meeting, informational meeting. There is no opportunity for a contested case hearing with that standard permit. And for that one, a decision is required by the executive director within 30 days after the end of the comment period. I don't know why one was 35 and one was 30. That was before my time. I don't know why they didn't stick with 35 from the 2004 for the 2008 crusher one. But anyway, if it were me, I would have stuck with 35. And then the last one is a case-by-case permit. Again, that's site-specific. That's going to be where you are actually representing your exact location, your exact map boundaries, the actual receptors off-site. That one does have public notice. It actually has 2 public notices for the application and then for the preliminary decision with a draft permit. Again, a public meeting is possible if we had enough significant interest asking for it. There is an opportunity for a contested case hearing, and then like the concrete batch plant standard permit, if it's not contested, the executive director would make the decision. If it is contested, then the commissioners would make that decision. That's it. Okay. And here's my contact information. I'll leave it up there if you want to jot down I also have some cards as well, my phone number and my email. You can always contact me if you have any questions. But I think we're going to do Q&A now, correct? Okay.
So Beryl, one thing is, this is between TCEQ and the operators, okay? So county's position is that you two guys talk at it, discuss it, work out your requirements, permits, you've been through all of that. So we get a lot of, or I do, I know, get a lot of calls from neighbors and this and this and this. So it's really, it's good for us to understand what it is, but we have no authority as a county to participate in this other than try to facilitate discussions between the two entities.
Yes. So, of course, counties can make comments if you wanted to make comments on the registration application or a case-by-case permit. But I guess, yes, I would say there's no standing necessarily.
Sure. No standing. That's a good term.
But one of the things I will say that the air permit does not, it doesn't exclude the other requirements. So if there's any city requirements, any county requirements, anything local, just because you have an air permit doesn't mean you don't have to do that.
Okay.
And the other thing I'll say is we've had a case before where there was zoning. Somebody had applied for a crusher in an area that was not zoned industrial at all, and the county was very much against it. They were trying to get the permit in hopes that the county would change their mind and allow them to come in. And so a lot of the opposition was, how can you issue a permit to them when they can't go to where they want to go? By law, if they meet the requirements of our rules, we have to issue the permit. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that they still couldn't operate, they still couldn't build because they didn't meet the city requirements, because it wasn't zoned for that. So they weren't able to build it, but we still issued them the permit. So I will say that that's one of the questions we get a lot. Zoning, because I know this is going to be a question, zoning, light, and noise are out of the jurisdiction. We do not have jurisdiction over that. That's going to be at the local level. So if there's any noise ordinances, that's not something we take into consideration. That's going to be something that's at the local level.
So that's the biggie. We hear a lot about noise, but TCEQ, everything you mentioned doesn't have anything to do with noise.
Noise or traffic.
Or traffic.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all local.
So therefore, those two issues could be helped facilitated between the operators and the public in a forum like, where we could try and facilitate some common ground between noise and traffic and et cetera.
Yes.
Okay,
Let me add too that what she was saying is right, because my operation was in the Dripping Springs, Texas ETJ.
Come on up where people can see.
I had gone and met with Dripping Springs to see if I needed a site development permit to build my road. And at the time it was deemed no. I got my permit from TCEQ, and that decision at Dripping Springs was reversed, and I did need a site development permit, and TCEQ shut my entire operation down. So what she said is super valid. I mean, because I hadn't satisfied my local municipality law, I couldn't run that air permit, even though I had it. And so literally I was shut down for 30 days, I think, until we got it resolved.
Okay.
So.
Okay, we probably need to wind up here pretty quick.
I see a hand back here. Yes, sir.
Earl, can I ask you a question? What kind of a workload are you dealing with now as far as a time frame for a renewal of an air permit? How far in advance should someone get started if they're, if they're approaching the term of their permit? That's personal.
Is it a standard permit or is it a case-by-case permit?
It's a standard.
Depending on the permit, I mean, if there's an opportunity for a contested case hearing, you're probably going to get a request for that, which is going to add time. So a renewal that's not contested, it still requires notice. I would say it's probably like the 3 to 4 month range to get it.
Not years.
But if it's contested, and then it does get granted the hearing request, and it does go before the SOA judge, probably 18 months to 2 years.
Oh, okay. All right. terrific. And lastly, can I follow up, Tom? You know, I've spoken to you about this before, and after speaking to Mr. Ingram, I'm actually, I think, more comfortable with this proceeding or going forward from where I am now.
Okay.
In fact, the dust we're getting up on that road now that's, getting over into my shop, the only ones that are respectful of that are the Ingram trucks, quite honestly. It's the other trucks that buzz in and out of there. And so right now, I was under the understanding from the aggregate company that there was going to be a paved road from day one, which never happened.
Okay.
And so we're getting some dust in there now. Not from the Ingram trucks, because they go very slow and they're very respectful of our situation. It's the other traffic that buzzes in and out of it. So I'm better off if that road's paved at this point.
So that would
again, my concerns arose from I didn't know what a concrete plant put off into the air and contaminating my operation is the only thing. And I'm comfortable, after speaking with them, that we're going to be okay in that.
Okay.
But I don't know what I can do if they don't go in there to alleviate what I'm dealing with now.
Right. Because in summer, your painting facility is right close to.
It's actually, the road's not really creating a problem for my painting facility.
Right.
It's really more just my guys in there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That are getting,
right.
Dust just pouring in on only, like I said, with pickup truck traffic and things like that. It's not the rock trucks because they slow down to a crawl right there and they don't really cause a problem so far. And I'm appreciative of that.
Okay.
I guess if you don't mind, could I give a little bit of clarity on kind of what we have proposed?
Sure. Watch this. Who you are.
My name's Earl Ingram.
Let's get you to the podium.
Oh.
There. Get you to the podium. There's a camera. People can see you.
Sorry about that.
The last speaker for the public was Nathan Fox. And if you'd identify yourself, sir.
I apologize. My name's Earl Ingram. I'm CEO and chairman of Ingram Ready Mix. We've applied for a permit on a piece of property that we have under contract to purchase. The property actually belongs to West Texas Aggregates at this time. We have no affiliation with West Texas Aggregates other than purchasing a piece of property that they have cut off. But that piece of property does include their current entrance and exit road. In our contract, we would own that entrance and exit road, and we've deeded an easement back to them to continue to use the road, but it would belong to us.
Okay.
So within the permit that we've applied for, it falls into our entrance exit. It had, to abide by the requirements of the standard permit with enhanced controls for a concrete batch plant, we would have to pave that road from the highway all the way back into our facility, and our entire facility has to be paved, everything that we're operating on, as far as our trucks, our wheel loaders, and our aggregate stockpiles are on top of pavement. That would be the construction of a new facility. Obviously, as soon as we had that facility up and running, our intent is to tear down our current facility on Sidney Baker and vacate that piece of property and put it on the market and move that. But that message is, and I just kind of wanted to say that, kind of publicly here, because it's hard to get that message out to the public. And what is our plan? What are we doing? I mean, we applied for a permit with TCEQ because that's kind of step one of what we have to do to be able to build a new facility.
I think that's the message Jill was saying too. It's just the operators, the owners, communicate with the public of what's proposed, what's being done, and hopefully listen to them as part of that.
Absolutely. And I had a very nice conversation with Mr. Fox last week and explained every bit of detail of the plant that we plan to build as much as possible, and obviously glad to continue having that conversation as it goes on. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of clear that a little bit if anybody had any question on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark? Identify yourself.
Okay. Mark Mosier, Airport Board President. We took it very seriously when we heard that a rock quarry, this rock crushing facility, was going up adjacent to the airport. And we kind of did our own study and visited the place, and the owner was very, very cooperative and very helpful. We currently have a really, really good relationship with them, and I'm confident that anything that does come up will be handled. We were concerned about radio frequency, not an issue, totally different wavelength. Noise, don't hear it too far away, prevailing winds. Lighting, we did several flights within members of our board, some other people at night, especially during the winter hours, late evening, early morning. It's not 24 hours yet, and lights are shielded, so I'm not concerned about that. Lighting can be a really big deal around airports for safety, for incident approaches at night. So it came down to really dust. Dust is our issue. Avionics in airplanes are very sensitive to dust, contacts, connections. We have some $40, $50 million airplanes out there, and it's a big deal. Manufacturing, we have Mooney. Killdeer is going to go in, and I know they have clean air areas within their plant, and I know dust could be a big issue to them, especially to them as Jason they are. We have a new avionics facility. They're opening these expensive units up, and any dust in the area is a concern. We do have our own rudimentary way of measuring, and I do have a question for you, how you measure so you compare air quality over a given period of time, because I know it varies day to day, if not month to month, with humidity and things. And I have personal experience with a situation with smog, where you combine moisture in the air at the river right there and dust, and then you get particulate matter a lot sooner when the temperature dew point gets closer together. But we have something called an AWOS, which is an automatic observation service, and it gives us an RVR, runway visibility range, which is basically horizontal visibility. And that is recorded, and it's recorded in the cloud, and we have ways of adjusting those dates. We can have rolling time periods of 3-month averages compared to this year, the year before, the year before, or 6 months, whatever we want. And that's something we intend to monitor going forward. I didn't know if you had anything to monitor that.
That'd be helpful.
Time is on. That's what we're doing.
I'd be interested in following up with you on that. Sure. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Ben Eldridge. I'm with the Civil Center for Conservation over in Kendall County. But actually, I have a question for my associate Cliff Kaplan with the Hill Country Alliance. And he is asking for Burl. He said the concrete batch plant standard permit is currently being amended, and this was not a pre-scheduled time for this amendment to occur. Is the TCEQ considering an extension of public input to give communities enough time to participate effectively? Meaning, if you guys are going to update this permit, are you also allowing some public input on what goes in that update?
There is a public comment period, yes,
Okay.
that's currently open.
Okay. And then my personal question, so my daughter actually goes to the Hill Country Montessori School. There's been a lot of comment about the Vulcan plant that's going in nearby. A lot of people showed up at that comment period, and I know you said like 85% of the time nobody shows up, but a lot of people showed up at that one. They were pretty upset. They're concerned about the kids at the schools. Some of the neighborhood next door, they were concerned. There's definitely a sense that they're not really heard, and maybe that's because you say, oh, their concerns are not relevant or they're not backed by science. I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are about that.
So the 85% was the one where we're required to have the hearing. So a lot of times, because normally if you get questions or if people ask you, we'd like to have a public meeting, and if we have significant public interest, then we're going to hold the meeting, and people ask for the meeting, so they're going to attend the meeting. For the enhanced control, by statute, we're required to have that public hearing. So we are required to hold the hearing whether anybody asks for it or not. So there are times that we'll go to those meetings, nobody asked for it, so they're not looking for a meeting, so they don't show up. So that was the one I was talking about, where a lot of times we don't have anybody come to those, but we're required to have them. On the other ones though, and I know Vulcan, but I can't think of which one you're talking about. We do take into consideration, we hear the comments. Again, there's a lot of things outside of our jurisdiction. A lot of the comments that we get are truck traffic and noise and light, which we can't do anything about that. That's not in our jurisdiction. And I know, and I really do sympathize with the public when we tell them, that's outside our jurisdiction, that's outside our jurisdiction. I can't speak to that because there's nothing in our permits for that. So I know a lot of times it feels like we're not hearing, but it's really just that that's not in our purview. Now, again, there's other things that come that we do get comments on, but if they meet the requirements of the standard permit or the, our laws and that sort of thing, we're required to issue them because they're meeting those requirements. So, now I'm not saying we've never not changed a permit due to public comment, because we have. There's some times where, the applicant might decide to make some adjustments due to the public interest that's in their permit. They're not required to do that necessarily, but sometimes we've had companies do that. And the other thing I'd like to speak to what I don't remember who asked, but or who said. The one thing that I always tell people when I became a manager back in 2017 of this section, and I would go speak to the trade associations, the one thing I always told people was the first time your neighbors find out about you should not be when you publish your notice in the newspaper.
So true.
I said, you need to go out there before you even submit your application. It's not like you don't decide one day, you know what, I think I'm going to have a rock crusher here. Let me just go send out an application.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of homework and things that you do as operators to know where you're going to go, does it make sense, and there's a lot that goes into it. And so I've always told people, the operators is go to a homeowners association meeting, go to your chamber of commerce, go talk to your elected officials. Meet the people who are going to be your neighbors and let them know what you're going to be doing. Because like Jill said, a lot of it, they just don't know. They don't know what's going on. And then, somebody says, well, did you hear what's going on? No, I didn't. Oh my goodness. And so a lot of times it's just they don't know. So I always tell everybody, just go out and tell them that, the first time they find out about it, shouldn't be the sign that's sitting on the highway at your entrance of where your future site's going to be. That shouldn't be the way they find out about you coming to be their neighbor. And some companies are great about it, and some companies not so much.
I do have one quick point
Sure.
that most people don't know about. Our airspace looks like an oblong wedding cake that's upside down.
Okay.
So Center Point Village is under it, West Texas is under it, Martin Marietta is under it. It's required by the FAA to file an air study. It doesn't take very long. We're happy to help you do this, but it is required. I don't know what happens if you don't file it. I'm sure they'll find a way to find you and find you. Just knowing you're talking about permits, that's one that's required.
By the FAA?
By the FAA. And if you're wondering what it looks like for our area, you can get it on our website. We now have it on our website.
Okay. And that would be like an additional thing depending on where you're located,
Exactly.
in addition to your air permit and other permits that you might need at the
For
site, right?
example, commissioners, the 30 Creek development is not under, it's barely outside of the Center Point Village is very much under.
Well, I'd just like to say in closing, that's a great point. This is the first one I've seen this close to the airport. And so that additional information, after meeting with all the operators, no one has the intent to, make this area worse, with particulate matter or dust. That is not their intent that I have found. They've all been very cooperative. And I think Kerr County is in a unique situation because the neighbors here that are in this room are super realistic and honest. Frances told me, I remember, I'll never forget this, first time she heard me speak, she didn't even like me because my background was quarry and she didn't know what I was going to bring to the table, but we made some headway and have become friends. And, I just think the county getting this initiative together and the people sitting in this room who actually want to do something to work together is good. And I haven't found anything negative about it. The communication is open. You can already see it's starting to flow. And y'all have the opportunity to establish a community advisory council, and these operators have committed. They've all told me they would sit on it. I think that is just huge, like Burl said. And I made the mistake of the first time people found out about my operation. It was that big white poster board with my permit, and man, did it ever backfire. And so I think y'all have got a really good opportunity, and I appreciate you engaging this process and allowing Burl to come in as well. She's just great asset. So I can stick around if you have any questions or anyone else. That's what I've got.
Real quickly to wrap it up. Thanks, Burl. Thanks, Jill, for this. I think the idea of the community advisory council is still really valid. Okay, and the reason being is because Burl mentioned the fact TCEQ does nothing, doesn't address noise, truck traffic, or lights, okay? Those are three big things that come up here where a forum like the council could really help communicate. And the fourth thing is, when somebody like Ingram Ready Mix is coming in, that could be a forum by with which to come in and say, we plan on doing this. It'd be a way to let the community know, rather than going to, Rotary Club to announce it, okay?
Right.
So I think those three things are good. So we'll visit with the advisory council with a recommendation at a future time, but anyway.
I just have one question.
Sure.
What's the next step? This has been very helpful, very helpful.
We've done a lot of steps in the last couple of weeks. I mean, we've covered a big amount of ground, and I really do thank Jana and Francis for getting me up to speed as soon as possible so I could hit the ground running here. The next step is I'll make my recommendation after visiting with the community and the stakeholders who I think should sit on that council and who should chair it, and just you've got a good forum here, and I'm impressed that the attitudes have changed. Even Mike said, I just want to communicate. I don't think anybody here wants to stop it, and I think y'all can be a template for other areas because, like I said in my presentation, these operators are not going to go away, and they don't need to. They can be good neighbors. They can communicate, and everybody can get along. So the next step would just be, following up, and then any feedback from today, I'll be happy to take a look at that and address it. And, what am I missing? The airport thing could be great because it's just another measure of air quality. And then I think the counties have, like I saw a case study a few weeks ago that I was involved in Marble Falls. Probably you may know about it. And an operator just wouldn't comply. He just wouldn't comply. And so the county came in. They put a moratorium on any mining, or the LCRA did, the Lower Colorado River Authority. No mining right now. And so for 2 years, so they stopped it. And so you don't want to see those extremes. And it could all have been prevented if people just work together and visit. So,
Very good. Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
I apologize for this Marathon Monday, but we're going to adjourn the APO workshop, and let's take about a 10-minute break, come back at 12:30, and we'll try to finish up the budget workshop. And just to let everybody know, I have court at 1:30, so I'm leaving at 1:30. So with that, we'll stand in recess.
Okay.
Court comes to order. And we're back on our
So good.
budget workshop. I think we're on part-time hires.
Part-time request.
Request.
All right, for part-time requests, we have two of them. The first one's gonna be Justice of the Peace 1 and 3 floater. They discussed that briefly this morning. I don't see them in here, so I'll present it.
Well, I mean, I think that one
We've
makes
already
sense.
pretty much discussed.
We discussed that one earlier. I think that one makes sense. I
You good
mean,
with that?
yeah.
Okay, just for the court's recommendation, they're gonna request it a grade 15, 28 hours a week. FICA and retirement added to it, it comes in at slightly less than 30,000.
Okay.
The next one up will be the 216 District Attorney. I see she's here if you have any questions. She's requesting a part-time investigator. I believe 28 hours a week, comes in about 37,300 with roll-ups, about 46,000 after retirement FICA.
And on that one,
Yes.
two questions I have, Lucy. One, why do you, well, not why, I guess justify it from a workload standpoint or a reason for it, or is there a realignment? First part, the second part is, how does this compare to the 198?
Okay. I have not, first of all, I have not compared their numbers to our numbers. I think if you'll recall, about 3 budget workshops back, I had mentioned that I needed another investigator that we.
Might want to get on the camera, Lucy.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You don't understand.
And about 3 budget workshops back, I had mentioned that I'd be requesting another investigator. However, because last budget, it was made pretty clear, or at least I understood pretty clearly, that the Commissioners Court was asking us to cut our budgets. I thought I'm just going to do without, but it's gotten to the point that it's almost impossible to keep up with. Mark is here. I asked him to come in case he could answer some questions for you. We part of the reason, of course, COVID has caused a huge backlog for us. We didn't have court for a whole year, no trials for a year. And we really weren't having a whole lot of contested matters during Zoom court, during COVID. There was a couple of months where we pretty much didn't have court, and then we started doing Zoom court. But most of the matters we were handling were not contested. We were trying to move some cases, mostly agreed matters is what we were doing, and a few things that we could take up with just a few witnesses. So that has caused a backlog. Also, Gillespie caseload is increasing quite a bit with the wineries and the tourism over there. Our caseload has increased drastically in Gillespie County. Right now we have 1,600 cases pending with 2 prosecutors and 1 investigator. And I did the math. The investigator, of course, helps prosecutors with getting their cases ready for trial, as well as contested hearings. And right now, we have 1,664 cases pending. That means that divided by 3 prosecutors, that's 555 cases. I can't carry a full caseload, so I carry about half of that. So if you divide that out, that's 624 cases per prosecutor, and I carry about 138. 138 is what the public defender study found was a reasonable amount. And I mention that because that means prosecutors need more help from the investigator, but we only have 1 investigator. And Mark handles every single case that comes into our office. And he doesn't just take it in and pass it on to the prosecutor. His responsibility is to look at the case. He has to read every case, make sure we have everything that's needed in that case, that we have all the videos. And just as an investigator, he can look at a case and see what else might be needed. For example, he might look at a case and see that law enforcement didn't get any surveillance videos from a bank or a store, or look for them. So he has to make that decision to request something like that. He also helps us as we're getting ready for trial or a hearing, or when the prosecutor goes to review the case to present it to grand jury. We see things that we want in addition to what he's already requested. So he's having to do that for all the cases. The prosecutors don't have to handle all 1,664 cases, but Mark does. I could go on and on about all his duties. I can give you his job description, but when he was on vacation not that long ago, Candace Flores, my office manager, handled all his email and anything that absolutely could not wait for Mark to come back, she handled. And Candace and I had expressed some concern that Mark was having a hard time keeping up with all his duties. And she came to me and said, I realize why. She said, for every email that I responded to from Mark's emails, he got 5 more. And I just could not keep up with it. It's just too much for one person to do. So we have regular staff meetings. We've tried to reassign some duties to kind of lighten his load. But we've done as much of that as we can do, and we just can't do any more. There's not anybody else to share some of his responsibilities. I can tell you, I never go to trial without Mark. Sometimes he's up at the office Sunday evening helping me get ready for trial. One evening he contacted me and said, okay, I'm about to sit down and have dinner and have a cocktail, so do you need me? Because, once I have a drink, I'm not going to be able to leave my house anymore. So I don't go to trial without Mark's help in the courtroom and outside of the courtroom, and neither do the other prosecutors. He helps us with grand jury. He goes to grand jury presentations.
I think you convinced me.
Okay. So I'm asking for somebody part-time. I'm asking for somebody part-time. I think that would really help, and I've discussed it with Mark, and I think that would be of huge help to him.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Good. No. Good presentation of
Thank you.
requirements and needs.
Thank you. We'll get back to work then. Thanks.
Okay. I do have one question. For James. He asked you ask her how this compared to 198. Do you know that?
Pardon me?
Do you know how it compares to 198 as far as a position like that?
How many investigators does the 198 have? Do you know?
They have one.
Just one.
But the county attorney's office in Gillespie County has 1.5. And the same
That's
amount
fine.
of prosecutors. And like I said, the biggest problem is Gillespie County.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
How many does the county have?
Me?
0.
I have none. I would love one. I would love to have a part-time one, but I have not made that request. And I wanted to kind of wait out this first year after the public defender's office has come to see how that shifts our workload. And so we'll see. It may be next year. I'm not going to make that request this year. It would be helpful, but I'm going to wait and see how that works.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just for comparison, we have 2 assistants, and I think county attorney here has 3. So, it's all just, everybody kind of does their office a little different. Miller doesn't have any investigators, which has an extra prosecutor. I don't have an extra prosecutor, but I'd like at least a part-time investigator.
I have a civil division that's entirely different.
Right.
Just for all that's worth.
What's next, James?
We have capital outlay requests.
Okay.
Next, so
This one right here?
that's correct, yes. Constable 3 has requested $6,000 for a new radio to communicate with outside agencies. It's a Motorola. I don't see him here. I don't have.
What's unique about Constable 3 in communicating?
I had the same question.
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
I think,
He didn't
I
actually
think that
send
should be
a
put on
letter.
hold.
Yeah, he didn't send a letter, he sent an invoice.
Okay. Okay.
Put it on hold, and I'll be putting this on the agenda, something related to this.
Okay.
Animal Control is requesting 2 Ford F-150s through the Enterprise Program. As of the preparation of this, we did not get a quote from that yet. I think, Reagan, did you get something?
Yeah, I'm still working on that
Okay,
because
that's
they
fine.
needed to know the equipment stuff, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of stuck with WatchGuard right now.
Okay.
I'm still waiting. They're not responding.
So this is just to give the court a heads up that, and we'll probably bring that back in a later workshop with some exact pricing.
So what's the pricing on those two? Or we don't know yet on either?
Enterprise hasn't given us a quote yet.
Well,
But what about the cameras? That's 5 cameras, that should be in them.
so the reason I don't have in learning about how the leasing works, I have talked to somebody about all that, but I'm supposed to come up with a list of everything that needs replacing in the vehicles, because we have broken stuff in some vehicles, things that don't work. So I've got to come up with a list. I've gone back and forth with, I've played phone tag for about 3 weeks with WatchGuard, and I haven't been able to actually find out exactly what I need, because I don't need the same, I need basically the same system the sheriff has in his cars. I just don't need the wireless transmitter, and I need to make sure that the system that I'm getting and everything that I need is what I actually order. So that's why I don't have a price yet. But hopefully by the end of the week, I'm going to have prices on all this stuff.
The system, Ray didn't say this current system is broken.
Yeah.
Not working.
Yeah, it's bad.
We're sending people out without cameras, which is dangerous.
But we had 5 WatchGuard systems. I'm the only one that has one that works. It's probably about 15 years old. It works about a quarter of the time. So I've got to replace all those.
Yeah. It needs to be done. We just need to get the actual number.
After that is the IT department, $815,000. This is infrastructure modernization.
You better take the witness stand.
This is kind of broken into 2 parts, one of which is recommendations from RX Technologies for modernization of our infrastructure, and which includes servers. Okay, this will put some things in the cloud if we go that route. And remember, once you go there, you can't come back. It is permanent. You will be paying an annual fee every year for that.
To go to the cloud?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not like a personal thing. They treat business and government totally different.
You can't recover from the cloud and put it on a server or something?
In some cases, yes. What you can do is you make a backup copy and you have a backup copy to go to. But what I'm saying that once you go to the cloud, you're going to be continually paying them to have your stuff there.
Certainly.
So,
you can terminate the use of the cloud.
Right.
So I don't understand.
But in the let's say that, and you correct anything I say here, Bruce, let's say that you have stuff you're putting in the cloud and you're going to terminate the contract. You better have all that backed up.
Yeah, okay.
So now you're back to the original
You
where
can't
our
retrieve
servers
it.
are.
Right.
You can't retrieve it from the
Well,
cloud?
you can retrieve it, but it costs you money.
Where are you going to put it?
And where are you going to put it?
Yeah, I'm just discussing the things you put in the cloud, you can retrieve it.
No, no,
Yeah, sure.
it's not the data.
Okay,
Oh, yes, it's there to be accessible to more than one party. That's the point of the cloud.
I got you.
But that would put our,
But Bruce, I'm confused between cloud and security.
okay,
Okay, you said RX, is it RX? Is that
Correct.
the name? So RX is recommending a bunch of stuff, but doesn't have anything to do with the cloud? Or it does?
it does. It's kind of a hybrid setup. Some of it's here.
Let me back up.
Okay.
What's 830? You've got it all the way down to $10 estimate.
Yep.
You must know exactly what you want.
I got an
What is
exact
it?
estimate from them.
What is it that they're?
What that is hardware that would be here, and it's additional layers of security. There's also a portion of moving servers, consolidating servers into larger devices that have more storage that everybody keeps asking for, that also puts our Microsoft licensing and email and phone in the cloud.
You just made Commissioner's case, Letz's case. We need a consultant.
That's where I got it from.
That's where this came from.
This came from RX Technology, not me.
Yeah, I understand, but that's just for security purposes.
No, that's everything. It's operational.
If part of it, if the, like we were talking about earlier, if anything that should be public access or subject to open records request, that stuff can be stored in the cloud without fear of compromise. Anything beyond that that's specific to the county and bank accounts and that sort of stuff should be stored here and not accessible in the cloud. So to protect, and we went through this, you and I did, with IT, with KCAD, and how to make the firewall, how to protect the assets of the county versus somebody who is a vendor who has to have access to the information. So that would kind of eliminate the problem. You got one going in the cloud, you got one that stays here in the county.
Let me do what the judge says. Let me go up 30,000 feet on this thing, okay? This is capital improvements for $813,000 for information technology. Information, these systems change all the time.
Yes, they do.
Constantly upgrade.
Yes.
Okay. $815,000 represents what percentage of the information technology assets that we have?
I haven't approached it from that standpoint, but it's going to be.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Is it 10% improvement, or is it 20 or 50?
Well, we would be eliminating a bunch of servers we would not have to rebuy.
You got it down to the nearest $10 here. Give me an estimate of what we have in value, okay? New stuff, but new purchase, and then what this represents. You got to upgrade 10% of all your assets, or 20, or what is it? You don't have to answer it because you don't know the answer.
I don't. You're correct.
I would like to know that.
I'll see what I can find for you.
Okay.
I think we probably, this is one of those items that needs to come back at a future workshop
Yeah.
with, and maybe have RX come up and
And actually, I do want to.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
I think
I knew it was going to be.
agree with that.
I'm
And
glad
I was going to have them
with
with the main course.
If you told me we have 300 PCs out there and we have to replace 10%, I'd understand it.
Yeah, and that's part of this.
Okay, something like that.
I do hate, we've got 350 PCs, 100 laptops.
Yeah, okay, all right, gotcha.
We know we need improvements, but
Right.
what are we buying?
Yes.
All right, good.
And this is big, heavy duty server equipment, and then putting the stuff in the cloud that we can.
Okay, any other questions? Thanks, Bruce.
Next up is going to be the tax assessor elections department. They requested $9,500 for work on a website and storage bin for elections.
Oh.
Couldn't you get it any higher, Bob?
Two-prong here, gentlemen. First, storage is more secure for storage of election materials when they are at the polling places. They are at early voting mainly, because we're needing lock cabinets with dual locks, metal for protection. That will run about $2,000 to $2,500. Which we can pay for out of Fund 12, which is a dedicated fund from the election services that we put on holding the elections. Same way with the website, I received a quote for $7,000 for that, which I'm proposing half of it would be paid from the dedicated fund, non-general tax dollars that we receive for putting on the elections. The other half would come out of my tax office budget. The need for a new website is several. With all due respect to IT, between Bruce and myself, we've put as much duct tape and baling wire on our website that we can and still be legal with what's required from the postings. Trying to find something on the county website whether I'm paying taxes or looking up an election precinct or a map, you have to go to A to B to C to get to that. Commissioner Harris knows the answer to this, but do you know where you go to find the map of the election precincts for Kerr County? You go to your website, the commissioner's website. We're also going to have to come in to meet certain requirements that our friends in Austin passed 2 years ago, as far as this will be a link to another website with KCID that anybody can look up tax rates, worksheets, what have you. We're having to put more and more information on the website for early voting and numbers and who voted, as well as we will need to have it where they can translate anything on the election site. So this is all, I'm not asking for the Cadillac, gentlemen. I'm trying to, and I'm willing to run off a used Chevrolet, but I can't run off the used Chevrolet I'm running off of now.
My question is broader. I'm not opposed to it. I guess my question comes down the road on maintenance down the road and upkeep and all of that. I think that, well, I won't say all of this. I think we need a complete new county website. And I see the IT department not agreeing with that. Many departments already have their own websites. I think the sheriff has his own, don't you?
He goes back to ours.
It's part of yours. Well, I guess is your intent to go out and do your own website, and if so, then how do you go about updating information and working with it, which I presume IT is doing right now?
IT is helping Nadine or myself when we're having to put it on, but it's very, very cumbersome to get the information fresh. So why I'm proposing to go out would be one where it's more user friendly, that I can get it on there within the time frame, whether it's the tax rates, because now I have to send it to Bruce. Bruce gets it on there. And whether it's the tax rates or who voted early in the city of Kerrville election on April 29th.
I guess, where I'm going is, by doing this, are we going to end up creating a lot of mini IT departments? Because now, you're going to be given, you being, the state's going to give tax assessors new rules every so often, probably every 2 years. That's going to all have to get put into a website. So this is going to be reoccurring cost that's going to come certainly every couple of years, probably every year, maybe even more than that. And is this going to create down the road almost more work by having you either go to IT, who's not familiar with the website, or for you to have your own website person?
You very possibly could, Commissioner.
As opposed to us looking to overhaul the whole doggone website for all the.
And that would be fine, but as I said, I've put about as much duct tape and nylon wire as I can right now and keep us out of trouble.
My preference would be to have one website, and maybe we need to hire a website person only, because we have a lot of information. To have one website, but I have no idea what the cost of that is or how long it will take.
I don't either, but I've gone to other county websites and I'm going, oh my gosh, this is Taj Mahal compared to ours. I don't think we'd have to reinvent the wheel. We could almost copy somebody else, but I'm not that guy. But we need to get somebody that is and look at this and say, look at ours, look at another county or two we like, and say, where do we go?
It's like building if you do, girl, and I don't disagree with you on that, it's like building a home. You can have something that's a Taj Mahal, or you can have a shack. Okay, so
I'm just trying to figure out the
we need to improve.
Yes,
long term how we go. I understand your need, and I agree we need to fix it. I'm just not sure if it makes better sense to go down a road where different departments are going to have their own little mini IT departments down the road, which is where that's gonna go, or to go with a one central IP. And I'm not certain on that.
I'm not certain either.
If you have a user-friendly website and a couple of people in the department that are administrators that can update information overnight, and the link to that is through the main webpage for the county, then you don't have to have IT departments for that. Our IT department can oversee it. If you're an administrator on your own website, you log in, you change it,
Yeah.
and it's a link. You go to the main page for the county and you click on whatever it is, you know, precinct 3.
You're the
and it takes it
administrator.
there. What it does though, you don't have to be an IT director, but you do have to keep up with it. Every department, you don't want to get on there and the last time it was updated was a year ago.
Right, and I just see every department, I say the word IT department, I don't really mean IT department, but they're gonna need an IT specialist in each department, and then that person's gonna have a new job description and want more money. Bottom line, and I'm trying to keep from, and I can see every department wanting it, and I'm not saying they don't need it, maybe that's the way to go. I just say that, I think that we need to figure out the best way for us to go down the road, whether it's all go through IT or split it off, let each department have their own. And I don't have a preference, but I think if we start going down the road, it's hard to pull back.
Well, we all agree on one thing, we don't have a very good webpage for the county.
Bruce,
Leaves a lot to be desired.
Any idea of what it would cost to redo our whole website and how long it would take?
Months.
Months?
I like your idea. Just
And that was one of the reasons I had asked for an employee, was to put them on that, get somebody that more specialized in that.
Sure, you don't need an extra. Email you talk about it.
Let me do some inquiring. You know, I visited with Bob on his situation a little bit. I know a little bit about where he's coming from, you know, and talking to him last week.
Well, I think with this workshop you're talking about, John, it's a good idea. And what Harley's saying is you do modules. And you don't have to be an IT expert to create or maintain a module. Okay, anybody can be taught how to do that with current information from Bob or whomever. They can create their module and link it to the county website.
Right.
And
So that's what I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
but if we're gonna, for example, you know, the garden house uses constant contact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna start letting each department do their own little modules,
Yeah.
they all need to use constant contact. We don't want
They have to have right.
We want to be consistent between departments.
Precisely. Right.
Whoever it is you're going to use.
Right.
Mark? I'd like to make a suggestion, it's kind of something Don said, he's looking at the county like the website. What I've seen done in some of the private equity groups I work with, with new websites, they find one they like in their same entity. For you it'd be county, find out who designed it, get 2 or 3 quotes.
Yeah, they've already done it
Maybe I'll
once.
still template something you like.
I agree.
Because usually, what I've seen is that website designer will get permission from that county if they can use that design in case it has a type of patent on it. And if they can change it enough to make it okay, and they can get a lot less money. We already have a lot of the previous framework done.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Bob.
Next up is the Sheriff's Department. This is the Enterprise Vehicle Replacement Schedule. This number includes second year payment on the vehicles purchased this year and also the first year payment on the replacement vehicles scheduled for next year.
Any questions?
How many vehicles?
I think it was what we did, 11, and then I think, what, 17?
Yep.
17 next year.
11 the second.
Yeah, we've already been through that.
This is already kind
The last one here for the general fund is going to be the Constable 4 vehicle. Y'all discussed that earlier. First year payment he had was $62.86.
Yeah, we went through that. His is a dog now. I tell you, it's just poured more money into it.
For Road and Bridge, $298,989. This is for a dump truck, 2 tractors, and one of those brooms. And if you have any questions, our director's here.
Any questions?
Not on that, I have a question about the FEMA road repairs.
I hope I can answer some of this. I didn't bring that information, but
Well,
I'll do the very best I can do.
Just tell us what we're looking at there. Is that
As
our
far as
part?
the type of repairs?
No, is that our portion? Is that what you're, with the $830,000?
Yeah, that's what it'd be. I mean, I don't think we know anything about whether FEMA pay any, a nickel of it.
That's if we have to pay for all of it.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay. And then we would get reimbursed, so I want to make
No.
sure.
And these roads, again,
FEMA may
that's,
not reimburse us for it.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
That's right.
If
But if
we
we-
don't, this is the expense.
Right.
this is primarily Ranchero Road.
Yes, most of the other roads that are on that list, we should be able to take care of and be able to do traffic control. It's just Ranchero is
Yeah, high
way
volume.
too difficult. Plus you also have all the pavement markings and stuff for Nimitz School. There is just so many things involved on Ranchero Road. So if we had some money left over, I think we would all, at least at Road and Bridge and probably engineering, agree that that section of Shepherd Reese should be the next one. But most of the other roads are very controllable for us, are really in very rural settings.
This is really more of a placeholder right now until we
Exactly.
hear. It's the worst case.
It really should be named the Ranchero Road Repairs, and then we keep our fingers crossed for the FEMA money.
And I think what the hope is too on Charlie's plan on that is, Ranchero already has a hot mix asphalt on it, and a lot of it is the average daily traffic count and the density as far as close proximity for homes and the amount of traffic. When the last time that they did the pavement on that road, they did the hot mix asphalt. And so we're gonna go with that again, and the nice thing about the hot mix is, for the most part, here in Central and South Texas, you can apply that hot mix asphalt almost all year round, where our process with the chip seal, once that ground temperature no longer is staying at a minimum of 70 degrees, you're looking for trouble. You're looking where that rock isn't going to stick to that oil. So that's why we usually shut down our program at the last day of September, because it fluctuates. The ground temperature starts to fluctuate. So that is one good thing, if I could pick out a good thing about it being Ranchero Road that already has a hot mix asphalt surface, is that is something that could be applied this fall if we were ready to do that and get that road fixed.
Okay.
So.
And we have a goal, a target date.
Well, I think what Charlie has discussed is that if the court approved that funding for it, that we could really actually start during this budget year to try to go out for bid, just to know, where we're at, if we knew that the court was going to actually fund that. And then try to, as soon as October, once the budget has gone into place, go forward with that and try to at least get Ranchero done and out of the way. But a lot of that just it depends on the court and us knowing that funding has been secured in that line item, so.
The question of fixing Ranchero Road has been around for a long time. This freeze only made it more obvious to people that were willing to put up with it up until now, so it obviously needs to be fixed. Sooner the better.
Yes.
It'll only get worse.
Well, anything that if we were to do something, I don't have the staff to cover what it would take to do it, but let's say we did, and we did it late in the year, and we finally had it ready to shoot in like mid-October, November, and we were gonna shoot a chip seal, you'd have to wait till the following spring, summer to actually put that surface on it.
It can't be done in-house. It doesn't
No.
make sense.
Yeah, right.
And y'all going all the way to what, Colcott?
Calcott, yes, sir. from Highway 16
Yeah,
south to Calcott.
That's a lot. Plenty.
I think it's 2.5 miles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The last thing on this list is something that was already discussed when the airport produced their budget, and that is the 3 projects out there, the $180,000 for the taxiway, $300,000 for the master plan, and $350,000 for the crosswind runway repair.
Are these all in the 21-22 budget year they were going to do? I thought the master plan was in 2023.
It's 2023.
So these are, Mark, can you get up and give us the years of when these projects would actually take place?
I'll do my best. The 2023 will be when the master plan is initiated, but it's controlled by the FAA and whoever we end up using to help us develop that. Usually it takes about 3 years, so probably be done in 2025.
Okay.
And we used the example of the last one that started in 2008 and wasn't done, I think, 2011.
What about the taxiway? When would y'all like to do that?
I think that's, well, I like to do it now. I mean, that's the taxiway and the crosswind runway. You know, that's mainly what we're looking at.
Are they going to start this year or 2022?
I think we have it targeted for next year. Almost certainly do.
Which is
The taxiway and the main runway will be next year. That's at 10% money.
So, in the next question, is there any money, are there funds allocated for capital items at the airport that are not going to be used for the items they're designated for?
We're spending all of our money on the Brinkman. All of it.
And this is our part?
Yes.
It's our part?
And we'll take anything additional.
So these,
Half
the city would also have this much?
Half of that is yours.
Yeah, this is the total cost of
Okay.
this. The
So we'd be-
city will front load.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, that master plan was 300,000. We talked about it in the joint.
Yeah, well, there's
last
two
week.
things. There's 2 things with that, the joint. What we really, I mean, I don't know how clear Jim was on the master plan. We're preparing for that in advance. Okay, that'll be down the road. But what we really want now is to go to request for quote for a land use study. It won't be near that much. I understand the city has a current a consultant they're using, and I just found out that consultant has an aviation division, which is mainly one lady, but she's done 15 airports very similar to ours, if not bigger and busier than ours. And we're going down that road because it may be a whole lot less money to get just a land use study. We may end up using the same entity for master plan because selfishly, I don't want to use Garber again. I want something that's more custom to us. I mean, I've been all over that master plan, and I've seen there are hangars built on top of sewers and main water lines. And they did a satellite photo and templated us. There's an FAA template you can do that with.
I understand that. I understand that completely. You build this and then you want to add on here, and
Right.
you got hodgepodge stuff. But that 300,000.
That's master plan.
Yeah,
Okay, and that's
that-
required.
But, yeah, but
by FAA.
the land use, I
It
was
won't be that
equating
much.
it to that, and
We
I
don't
thought,
know.
oh, gosh.
We don't know. We just want to find out.
Right.
We don't know. It could be 20,000. We
Well,
don't know.
that's more in the ballpark. I was.
We want to
thinking.
find out. That's this meantime. I just want to find out, and I don't want to. And we're getting a lot of pressure now. We've had more pressure in the last 6 months than I had in the previous 6 years of people who are interested in doing something out there. And we're landlocked. We have very limited land. I'm eyeballing all the land outside the fence, and I just don't want to make a mistake. I mean, I can point out some mistakes that have been made. I wish I could have a redo on them. But I want to have a look down the road, and there are experts. I talked to one that really opened my eyes. There are experts that really have seen other airports do this successfully and have much more experience than I do.
Mark, my question is on the taxiway and the crosswind runway. Will they be completed in 2022 budget year?
Yes.
So the amount you really need is probably 300,000 for us to commit to.
Yeah.
So the master plan comes out, and that's for next year.
Yeah.
So 300,000, that right? Yeah. I think that's a good number, and it's actually a little bit over. Or
It
maybe
is,
over a little bit.
I think it's gonna be a little over. With your help, you've been very helpful in that. I mean, from your
I
connections.
think I would be in favor of budgeting 300,000 next budget year for airport capital items.
Let's see, if you take the 180 and the 350, that's 530. So half of that is ours. That's 250. That's 265. 265 for taxiway and cross
Yeah.
and runway.
And it gives us
265. So
300.
35,000 for
275?
35,000 for master plan is not going to do it. The last master plan cost more than that.
We're not gonna be doing the master plan
I
in
understand.
22.
Huh?
The master plan will be in the following year.
I'm talking about the middle item here of 300,000. That's a master plan, right? So the last master plan we did, the Garber did, I forgot what the cost of that was. Do you remember? Or do you know?
I don't remember. I wasn't on the
It
board
was,
then.
it was more than 35,000. It was a lot more than that.
But the master plan is going to come in, we can do next budget year. That's why I'm taking that off now.
Yeah.
It's a 2023 at the start.
Yeah.
So the only things that we're doing next budget year would be the taxiway and the
All we're
cross.
doing,
If you,
if that's okay, if that's the schedule, that, I'm fine with that. And all they asked for the other day was to prepare an RFQ.
right, if you give us, you're saying 265, you're saying 300. If we had 300, we came back and said, okay, we have an opportunity to land use study for
No, wait.
$30,000.
Mark, you're off. 265 is half of the taxiway and the crosswind runway.
Correct.
That's 265. Jonathan is saying make it 300 capital improvements for the airport. And that's good if you take the master plan and move it out to subsequent year. That's
Well,
good.
what's the extra money for then?
If they
Rounds
need-
out the 300,000.
If they need it for the land use study or some other project that may come along this year that we haven't seen yet, because if it's not, if we don't budget,
Right.
if someone comes in and says, hey, we want you to remodel the Brinkman hangar, or part of the Brinkman hangar, we don't have any money to do it. We have to say, sorry, we'll come back next year. So I want to start building a fund for them to be able to come to us during the year. We'd love to approve it.
Right.
We're not giving them the money to do it. We're just saying that they need money that they can that we can then in the future allocate
Only for capital improvement.
only for capital improvement.
Now, the money that Jim was talking about the other day, Mark, the $400,000 that he mentioned, that's for capital improvements?
Both. He was
For
trying to
capital
tell you,
improvements,
we need
and
capital
when you
improvements
say
now.
both, you mean what?
I need capital improvements and the master plan.
Okay.
So, and that money's there now?
300,000 is
At
good.
least, maybe four.
Yeah.
I
That's
do-
what
Is there
I'm
now?
That's
going
what
the
I
other
was
way.
saying.
Oh, the $400,000 that we
think
have
you
right
need-
now in our operating budget, that's going to the break,
That's
we're
something you
spending.
need more than 35.
So it's earmarked, basically?
Yeah, we are spending.
I deal with three, guys.
Yeah.
Talk me into that.
You got $17 million asset out there that generates revenue.
Mostly for your precinct.
Yeah.
That's where they all live.
Okay, so.
But that would have, whatever's put in it, that extra money being set aside has to be matched by
So
the
here,
city.
here's
If
what
they're
we're
willing.
saying. Here's what we're saying.
Look at it, yeah. So
Taxiway, crosswind, runway, or is that 265,000? Something to put in the fund for the airport for capital improvements to build on. If you take so another 135,000 will get you 200,000. Okay, 135,000 for capital improvements fund, not to be allocated until approved by city council.
I'll be in favor of that, but I think we need to look at where we are in our budget.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
keep
right.
that.
What's the placeholder?
I'll go as
Okay.
far as three now, because if you look at that, the city matches that. That's your 70 between the two of us.
That's plenty over what
Yes.
is needed.
Exactly.
Until we get to where we need to.
I agree.
Thank you.
Okay.
That is gonna
What's
be it.
next, Dan?
It's gonna be it for the capital.
Sheriff.
That means the meeting
Kelly.
should be over by now.
I think there is this may be a brief stopping point. I do not see us finishing the action items today. and I think it's late, and I know you have to be in court in 15 minutes, Judge.
She's already packed up.
I would recommend that we draw a line to where we are and move everything either to next Monday or to the next budget workshop. A bunch of the items.
I think the next workshop is the 30th.
It is 30.
And I can put the items that I had on action items, then we can roll all those into Monday, because I will not be here on the 30th.
Okay.
Do we have to pay bills?
Yes.
I'm brain dead.
We're all there.
Invoices for today's approval, $21,706.20.
I move for approval.
Second, third.
So, any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Budget amendments?
There are not any.
Late bills?
There are not any.
Auditor reports?
There are not any.
Thank you. Monthly reports?
No.
Court orders?
Yes.
There are court orders, but I wasn't here, so I didn't review them.
Yeah, and I haven't had a chance yet.
Okay.
We'll just put those off.
Put them off.
Okay, anything else that we need to cover? Marathon Monday is over. We are adjourned.
See you in a few minutes.
No, your Monday's not a race.